1944.
Yeah, so you're gonna play on the French team, right?
Sometimes my genius is frightening.
Well, I guess we're using some World War II tactics if you're on our team, so congratulations.
Might as well.
Oh my
like
god.
thunder runs going on.
Okay.
Oh, we can't. It's not 1814 yet. There aren't any tanks.
How can we be so blind? We only have to deal with Gatling guns now.
Okay, guys. So I am going to start with the setup phase or the planning phase of the game. So we pretty much got stuff ready on the umpire table, except who is commanding who, or who is commanding what. And there are some there are some people who are outside of the campaign, and you guys are obviously going to get to play as well, but we'll have to decide what you lead. So that might take some time. But meanwhile, I am going to start putting people into their voice channels, and you guys can start planning and getting to know each other. And some of the new players, the people who are outside of the campaign, might not get the briefing or the workshop module immediately, because we are going to take a while to give everyone their own personal tech channels where all of the stuff is. So people who are players in the campaign, if you can, please help out the people who are coming outside of the campaign, explain what's at stake and etc. Rankein, if you can move all of the coalition commanders to the red one voice channel, and I'll handle the French.
All right.
Jan, please move all of the players who are in your core to this channel.
Okay. So who else is with us? Donut.
Hello.
Hello. I'm missing someone. Is someone of the folks who are still in the lobby part of our core? Don't think so, right?
Let's see. I don't see any.
Right.
Let's see. Oh, go
Apparently
ahead.
when 6E got destroyed, they lost their eagle, so whoever can go after the Austrian cavalry, that would be very helpful.
I believe that would be me, correct.
Alright. Regain your brigade's honor and reclaim the eagle.
To be fair, last battle I basically burned all of their supplies, so...
You left me! You left me alone!
I was scouting, and we somehow got attacked, but that's besides the point.
I can't believe this. I'll never recover.
Yeah, let's see. We are
No,
short an infantry brigade and a cavalry brigade commanders.
I think Simonowski is going to be the 3rd Division's cavalry commander, and I'll be in charge of both 1st and 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Division. It'll be fine.
Yeah, Darnay, you have all the infantry for 3rd Division. And how do you pronounce that? Why'd you have to pick a name that I can't pronounce?
I just say
Szymanowski. Okay, Szymanowski has the 2 cavalry brigades that are over on the left. Bertrand, of course, has his infantry brigade from 1st Division. What we're missing is a brigade commander for the 1st Brigade, 2nd Division, and also for the 1st Cavalry Brigade.
There's plenty of extra people, so we should be able to get someone.
Hopefully. If they'll ship them down to us, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, we just conscript them.
Press gang.
Hey, you.
Press gang.
Yeah, press gang,
Okay.
yes. Hey, you, come here. Oh, I see. There's Pump House. We ought to make Pump House the 1st Cavalry Brigade commander. Put him on the opposite side this week.
Yeah, so I don't know how we somehow got into this position, but it's kind of funny.
The reason we got in this position is that we were beaten, but we didn't break, and we were facing the majority of the enemy army. So right now our position is, heavy clashes and us getting beaten, sure, but the rest of the forces were just flinging them, and now we have them caught in our trap.
Surprisingly.
Wow, that's the optimist perspective.
I like to be optimistic.
Well, from what
I like to be optimistic. If I go in thinking that I'm gonna lose, I have already lost.
The pessimist point of view would be they're going to put a blocking force in front of Sam and the rest of the army, and they're going to concentrate the entire coalition force against us.
That's the pessimistic perspective. I don't think. I'm gonna be honest. I am very, very doubtful that they're gonna run over. That they're gonna block Sam with just like a small force.
I'm just
to paraphrase some famous man, if I were General Szymanowski, I could think that way too.
Szymanowski.
Well, whatever.
Everything would be great if the enemy just didn't exist.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we gotta kill them, so they won't exist anymore.
Kill them all.
Not what I was going for, but okay.
Yeah, we are going to be. We have a new guy. Hello,
See,
Dookie.
The press gangs worked.
Yeah, apparently.
Yep, seems like I'm joining you guys.
Apparently you
Welcome
are.
to the party.
Do you have a preference of infantry or cavalry?
I actually played the last campaign. With the last battle of the campaign.
Okay.
With one of the players here.
Still didn't answer the question though. Do you have a preference of infantry or cavalry? Actually,
I played cavalry last time.
Okay. Well, this time you get to widen your horizons because you will be an infantry brigade commander.
Okay.
You will have 1st Brigade, 1st Division.
Right.
And your purpose today is twofold. One, you'll be marching up to a crossroad, and 2, you will be on immediate call as reserve for General Bertrand, who is going to be marching to your right towards, what's the name of that town, Mansfeld or something like that.
Yes.
Is that right? Yeah. If he needs you over there you need to get to him as quickly as you can. You're on a road that leads directly to where he is. He'll be to your east. So if he calls for you, you go. And Jan,
Mm-hmm.
if we don't get a first cavalry brigade commander,
Mm-hmm.
you'll just since they're under you anyway, so
Yep.
you just control them.
Yep.
They're kind of beat up too, so. But then again, our whole corps is kind of beat up, so we are a fragile instrument today. So we are not going to take too crazy a risk. Our most dangerous weapon is our cavalry, and it's under General what's his name? General Alphabet over there.
Yeah. By the
Yes.
way, guys, quick
General
thing.
Alphabet.
I don't really have a clear idea of who's going to lead what because of the fact that we don't have all of the players here, and there's not each brigade has a player commander. So
Oh, I can tell you, Otto, if you want to know.
yeah,
I've already assigned it. So.
Okay, write in your channel that then.
All right. I will write in
We're
my
supposed to have a-
channel. So yes, as I was saying, we're a fragile instrument at this point. Morale is hanging by a thread for the infantry. Our cavalry's in good shape, and it's our cavalry that's going to be the primary offensive weapon we have today. And General Alphabet knows what he's doing with them because he's already been told. So we're good with that. Everybody else, the only other offensive move we're making is of course Bertrand is heading towards a known enemy position, which is why Dookie here is reserved for him and can be brought to him if he runs into more trouble than we hope. And Darnay, you're going to be holding on to those hills that you're going towards La Platte. You're going to be holding those hills with your life because you are you're the linchpin. You're the pivot for the entire force. And of course, the corps artillery will be up there, and I'll be up there with you. So, if we're pushing against an open door, which is a possibility, because they may have thrown most of their force to the north against Sam. If we are pushing against an open door, we may get more aggressive, but we need to start out cautious because we're in bad shape. The real hammer blow is the one that should be coming from the north. We're basically the anvil. Okay, so everybody understand the overall purpose.
Actually, no, I had one question. Do you want me to take the hill? Sorry, east of Niesen, and the Mansfeld der Kopf, or just the hill east of Niesen?
Yeah, you're going to be marching. Where did I have you going? You're going to that hill that's due north of Die Platte, and
okay.
it's east of Niederniesen.
Okay.
It should be. It's supposed to be unoccupied, at least as far as we know, and hopefully it still is.
If it's occupied, I'll just throw an assault column against it. It'll be fine.
Yeah, no problem. And if it is, if you are able to occupy it, which I am very hopeful that you can, then I'll bring up the artillery also onto that hill. And if Jan does not need the reserve brigade at Mensfelden, actually, we'll probably leave them right there because they're going to be the link between Darnay and Jan. So Dookie, you need to be prepared to go either direction, either east towards Mensfelden or west towards that big hill between Mensfelden and Niederneisen. You don't have the module, do you?
He's
So
completely
you're not
muted right now.
He doesn't have the module yet, so he doesn't even have the map. So need to.
Should I
Take care of
just
that.
quickly
We do need to
stream
give him the
the
map.
setup?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. What were you saying, Jan?
I'm just going to quickly stream the setup here. I think that's about where we're at right now.
Okay, I'm gonna put the I'm gonna type in the commanders' names here for Otto.
Knowing Sam, he's either going to completely destroy the coalition line, or the coalition line is going to completely destroy him.
One or the other.
One or the other.
So just that I have that right, Szymanowski is commanding the left cavalry wing, right?
Yes.
Perfect. And which formation is without commander then?
Here's I would like to bring an update. Apparently, I'm going to already begin in Flucht.
Really?
Ooh, nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's even
So,
better.
yeah. An attack would be presumably, I assume, towards Holstein and the Buchenfeld.
Yeah. Don't go towards the what is that? Let me look at this real quick. Yeah, towards Holzheim. You're basically you're in a position once you cross the river, because if you're in Flacht, you're on our side of the river. Once you cross
I've already crossed
the river. Oh, you've already crossed the river. Okay.
Yeah, a few of them are already. Wait, no, they haven't. They're not quite west of the river yet, but I have already troops in Flacht proper.
Yeah, but Flacht proper is on the west side of the river.
Yes.
Yes, you're going to be heading to the east side of the river. So
right. And attack towards Holstein.
Yes, exactly. You see the road coming out of Flacht across the river that goes right up to the west of up to the east of Holzheim.
Yes.
Yeah,
but that's also the west side of the river.
Yeah. So if you to the east side of the river.
No, the east side of the river doesn't go straight to Holzheim. It goes around to.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
okay.
It goes behind Holzheim, right?
Right. Yeah, it goes up to Buchenfeld. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're whichever. That looks like a good route because you could be coming in from behind Holzheim. But if you want to go up the river, you can do it that way too. Remember, you've got the guard cavalry and everything on the west side of the river facing Holzheim as well. So if you're able to take Holzheim or threaten it, he can join you in the attack on Holzheim, hopefully.
Ideally.
We don't know what he'll do.
Yeah, I don't think trying to plan for Sam is a good idea.
We will see. But he'll be close enough to you for you to stay in regular contact with him.
Yeah.
So do so. Let's see. Where would I leave off? Okay. All these French names. Okay.
So we have nobody commanding 1st Cavalry, right?
Yeah, we don't have anybody commanding 1st Cavalry Brigade. So they're going to be, I put them under you, unless we get somebody.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Hello, General de la Perriere. If you can write in your own text channel Who is leading what?
I'm doing it right now, actually.
Thanks.
I just haven't finished typing it yet.
Yeah.
Okay. First. And second.
So if we win the battle, do you think the Emperor would give me Hodenfels as my future abode?
You could become the prince of whatever the hell the name of that was.
If we win the battle, we still have a bigger problem. Then will the Emperor give us titles?
Yeah.
There's a baton in everybody's knapsack. Go try to earn one. Okay. Yeah.
Actually, I'll just have to leave out the part where I definitely didn't mess up with 2nd Brigade and leave them out.
Nothing
in the open.
happened.
That never
Nothing
happened.
happened.
Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
All right. So welcome to the stream. I see Cool Stuff Huts is there. Hello and welcome. I probably need to move the chat somewhere else. Over here, maybe. Okay. So today we are going to play another Kriegsspiel, and this is part of the March on the Rhine campaign game hosted by Otto and Rankein for the International Kriegsspiel Society. It is a somewhat fictional sort of alternative history scenario of the aftermath of the Leipzig campaign, which Napoleon obviously lost. And we had some sort of strategic pre-planning. We were marching, so 3 divisions of the French army, you could say, were marching from Mainz to the north onto Limburg, which is here in this blue circle. And then we had 4 divisions, also consisting of guard formations, crossing at Nassau, that's way to the west, and circling sort of north of the Lahn back towards the east. And our objective of this part of the army was to find, pin and delay the enemy so that the sort of stronger part, the main part of the army, could swing in behind or into their flank and destroy them. We did sort of accomplish that mission in the previous battle, although losing 1 division worth of infantry. So my brigade is still in fairly good shape, but yes, we lost 2 brigades basically in worth of men, which is a horrible loss. However, it appears that we managed to delay the enemy with this action, and especially our cavalry destroying Habsburg supply trains, that the guard has arrived, and it appears that they might even have crossed through Limburg already, as we were in contact via cavalry with the overall commander, Maréchal Renault, I believe. And yeah, right now we are probing forward. This will be our mission today. We are going to probe forward. My objective is to take Mansfelden in coordination with this cavalry brigade here and with Dukey's infantry brigade, that's 1st Brigade. And yes, we're going to take Mansfelden. So last time the battle happened around Nauheim, and we were then pushed back to the west. We had some Austrian corps, or small division, I don't know, 2 divisions, maybe small corps, here at Lorheim, which did disappear and allowed us to push forward into this these positions here along these hills. And now we are going to probe forward, and that should allow to pull away some of the forces of the Russian, I believe the Russian forces were already beaten by the Maréchal from what we know, but they are still Prussian, Austrian, Baden, and whatever forces in the area. They are now being attacked, and we need to sort of probe forward to pull away forces from the main attack. That's our objective today.
Yeah, but I would love it if you can catch these guys, if we can hurt them.
Yeah.
However, just the threat of you guys, of you being there, has got to be noticed by them. Remember, we are, after all, the anvil here. So even if all we do is force them to, if we force them to pay attention to us and have to reinforce against us, then we've essentially done our job. Then it's going to be up to the hammer to do the job.
Yeah. Also, I think it depends on how they react to us attacking. If they just retreat, they're probably going to try and go to the northeast.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, if they give you the open door, push it. I mean, with the cavalry, you've got the mobility and our strongest, our best forces. So if you can, whatever damage you can do to them is going to benefit everybody. So be a pain in the ass, General Alphabet. That's your job. You're the cavalry, baby. That's what we do. I envy you, because if I had my wish, that's what I'd be doing today instead of what I am doing. Nobody ever gives me any cavalry to command.
one time I said, "Oh yeah, I can command the cavalry brigade." And they're cool, and then they just gave me all the light cavalry. Like, this is not what I meant.
Yeah. Oh well. So, Dookie. Oh, I'm sorry, he is muted.
No.
Well, that is unfortunate. Okay, everybody has the module though. You all have the map, right? We all know where we're going. Okay.
Hey, Jan, can you give your comrades in arms text channels and put them under the text channel General de la Perriere?
Sure, will do.
Yeah, if
Hey,
you need
Otto?
to create a new one, just create one. Yes.
I have a quick question for you. If you have anybody that's not assigned up in the lobby or whatever, or anybody comes in, we could still use a first cavalry brigade commander if you have anybody.
That's likely not going to happen, because the looks of things, you actually, it might be a bit unbalanced towards the south, so maybe Renaud will get duty,
Okay.
for example. We'll have to see how he divides the players.
No problem. I have it under Jan at the moment, but if there was somebody, then we could use them.
Yeah, do all of you, does someone have like more than one brigade? I expect that many players will have more than one brigade.
Yeah, Darnay has two, Szymanowski has two, Jan has two, so
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll check what the situation is up
okay.
now.
So Dane has the, what's that, 3rd Division infantry?
He has both infantry
Yeah.
brigades from the 3rd Division.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Hopefully, we're not going to be fighting in the woods again. I think that might be a little bit too much for my men.
Yes, stay out of the woods.
Ugh. I have
Never get
no
off the
idea what
boat,
I was
man.
facing, but it hurt. It hurt, man.
Yeah, you were facing you were facing some vicious Austrians, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I wish I
And
could
there
have gotten a
was-
head count, but
There was Pump House with his cuirassiers too. Luckily, Dave though made the wrong choice and left all of the wagons available to be burned. So
not only that, winter is approaching.
yeah,
So even if they win, I don't think they're actually going to be able to advance past the Rhine because they have to go back and rearm.
they are just the advance guard though. That means there's more coming, so they could just sit tight if it came to that. we're the ones that have virtually no resources behind us. So the clock is ticking for how long we could remain on this side of the Rhine.
Does everybody have a text channel now? Okay, should be.
I don't have access to a shared text channel, but I have a Darnet's text channel.
Yep, perfect.
So they put their supplies in Nauheim, right? If I remember correctly. I thought that was kind of a weird choice.
Yeah, I'm also, I mean, if the attack is coming in as assumed from Limburg and Dietz and whatever, and we are blocking sort of their path here in the south, the only way they can go is to the east, to Niederbrechen, Oberbrechen, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we then sort of try to circle cavalry around to cut them off there?
If we get the opportunity, yes. Keep in mind also, out to your east at Nauheim is a large enemy supply depot.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
So if Mansfelden, now my report says there's about 1,000 cavalry defending Mansfelden. A mix of Austrian and Russian, Lancers and Hussars.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's what you're going to be facing right off. I don't know what they have behind them that might be able to come down to reinforce. So that's why you've got Dookie as reserve in case you get into trouble. And of course, we know they've got cavalry, some kind of cavalry defending the wagons over at Nauheim to your east.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what your situation is going to be there. But if Mansfelden falls easily and we get the opportunity, it might be worth a raid towards Nauheim would be really tempting.
Alright, guys, I am back.
If we take out that supply depot there, that would really be brutal for them.
Mm-hmm.
If that opportunity presents itself, we can move Dookie into Mansfelden to hold it,
Also,
and you
if
can
they're-
take
if
your
they wanna,
you can take your whole command, but
Mhm.
your brigade and the cavalry towards Nauheim.
Mm-hmm.
the most critical crossroads is right at Zohas. It's the only way they can go east by road.
Yeah, right.
Ignoring the roads up by Limburg, but even then,
Mhm.
you have to push the force out of Limburg.
Even Alphabet's got us now all looking very optimistically. Pessimistically, Jan gets to Mansfelden and finds out, like, half the freaking Prussian army is there, and and the other half is up on the Mental de Koff or whatever it is, and then they, smash our entire corps.
And if the
Hopefully
Prussian
that
army
is
is all the way, Prussian army is all the way down here, then they're gonna get crushed under the guard attack if we can hold for even a little bit, because we have this really nice stream with a couple of hills.
Mm-hmm. But see, what you didn't know was that Wellington and the entire British army is up there at Limburg and about to smash into Sam.
Oh man.
Oh no, not the sudden teleporting British.
Oh God, yes.
What happened to the French forces in Limburg? They've defected, sir.
And they're all under Marshall.
What are the Swedish doing here?
Not
Wait,
better
the Americans weren't in this war?
They were.
Oh man.
Oh, the side of the French.
It's King Louis back from the dead.
Why are there Chinese marching on us from the east?
It's a headless King Louis.
Well, if all that happens, it's time to surrender, gentlemen.
I'm glad to see we all figure out what's gonna be the Halloween event.
Right, so everybody in the chat, we are currently waiting for setup. So the umpires obviously have to complete pre-battle game setup on their table, of course. That's all prepared, but as this is a campaign game and not all players who participate in the campaign are available today to play their commands, and we also have some commands who don't actually have a player, now the sort of administrational burden on the umpires in advance of the game is they need to set up the text channels for everybody. They need to figure out who is commanding what, and then they need to sort of sort their things on our Discord server, so as I said, the text channel wise, and on their table to sort of make it obvious for themselves to whom they need to give reports on specific formations. So that's what sort of slows us down a little bit right now. We are in about 40 minutes, which is still all right for an open Saturday game, especially if you have this sort of pre-game administration necessity. But yeah, that gives us some time to talk about our strategic approach. It also gives us some time to think about what we could be doing next if our plan succeeds. And I'm very, very much looking forward to this battle. Should be pretty interesting. We know that so the Prussians have a supply depot at Nauheim, which is sort of interesting because, I mean, they know we are here and they don't have forces further to the east. They had one cavalry brigade coming through Kirberg, which threatened our supply in the previous battle, which we then pulled to the west. And we know that there are Austrians here at Bucherfeld. Yeah, and some Baden troops were in this area as well, so interesting for them to put their supplies on their far left flank. So assuming that they are in a sort of extended hook formation right now. So let's say like this kinda. Trying to block the guard, trying to block the cavalry, trying to block us. That's what I assume, or we all assume them to be deployed right now. But we know that there are at least two Prussian infantry divisions here, although they had, I think one of them was mainly Landwehr battalions. But they had also Prussian grenadiers there, they had cuirassiers there, a massed artillery battery was there. And we know that the Austrians we saw had at least one infantry division and some cavalry formations, which might have been part of that division actually. But there should be more there in this. It's not actually a pocket, right? It's just sort of a dented hook.
Okay, we didn't lose the war while I was gone, right?
No, we have not lost the war yet.
All right.
The Emperor just resigned.
Oh, crap.
The Emperor just committed suicide.
Yes, Marshall's going to pop in here and say Napoleon has disappeared, and Delaperriere, guess what? You get to be dictator of France. Form a government. What? No.
They have decided to put you on the throne.
Not again. It's all happening again. All right, my biggest words of wisdom before we get into this thing. Remember, this is specifically to the infantry commanders. We are a fragile instrument going into this battle. If you don't feel confident about an attack succeeding, go defensive. We have to be cautious, at least until the situation is developed. But don't make an attack that you don't feel confident about. If you don't feel confident about it, find a good spot, good defensive terrain, and get in it. And also, guys, communicate. I cannot stress that enough. I have no idea what's in front of you or what's going on if you don't tell me. Okay? My position is going to be with 3rd Division. Okay? So I'll be on the Deplat until 3rd Division takes the hill they're supposed to take that's in between Niederniesen and Mensfelden. Everybody know where that big hill is on the map?
Mhm.
Okay. That's where I will be once 3rd Division takes that hill. So you can address your dispatches to me there. And I will try to stay in that central location so everybody can find me. But yes, communicate. Let me know what's going on. It doesn't cost us anything to send dispatches, guys. It's not like they're charging us for each word or something. And they can be, short and sweet. A good spotting report, a good salute report, or a status report doesn't take much. My troops are in good shape. There's no enemy. Oh, we just crushed the entire Prussian army. How are you? Now, it's pretty obvious to me, just looking at the map, that their Kopf up there is probably going to be heavily... If they've got any... That's a key piece of terrain. If they've got anything well defended, it's going to be that. So we're probably not going to assault it unless they start pulling back.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see whether they have
We'd have to come
anything
up
in the
through
woods
the woods.
there.
Yeah. That will be very interesting. But I imagine they're going to have artillery up on that thing. You can imagine.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't know what would artillery there be good for. I mean, covering to the east or to the west, but to the south there, the woods in between.
Given the ranges, I'm curious to know how far out it could reach from that. Can artillery fire from there to Mensfelden?
Yes.
That's what I thought. So Mensfelden, that crossroads where First Brigade will be, and the hill where 3rd Division is going would all be within range of that hill.
Yeah, well, the crossroads are covered by the woods, so...
True. In fact, if we do assault it, that would probably be the best approach, would be sending that brigade up that road that goes straight up to it, because it's through the wood.
Mm-hmm.
So they would have cover.
That would be an interesting idea.
Yeah. It's a possibility, depending on what happens elsewhere. But we can cover them with our artillery from the hill that we'll be on, because if they can reach us, we can probably reach them.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
So, just want to interrupt you.
No problem.
going to ask regarding who commands who, just for unit pieces' sake. Like actual right now, like the player, if there's an overall commander. Darnit's who's Darnit's boss, or is he his own boss here?
I'm everybody's boss.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I'm. Is there
Darnay
having divisional
Darnay
command
is
other than you?
Yeah, Darnay is commanding both brigades of. He's commanding all of 3rd Division's infantry.
Yes.
Okay. Szymanowski has 2nd and 3rd Brigades cavalry.
Okay. Just 1 second. Just add that.
Yeah, I typed it all into my text channel. By the way,
Look. Just bear with me. It's much easier
Okay.
this way, please.
Okay,
Sorry.
no problem. No problem.
So yeah, Szymanowski, and then that's who else do you have here? Do you have any spares?
Bertrand, he has 2nd Brigade, 1st
No,
Division.
Juki, a regular player. What is he doing?
Nuki has the 1st Brigade, 1st Division. 1st Brigade Infantry.
1st Brigade Infantry. Got it.
Of the 1st Division. Mm-hmm.
Got it. And yeah, all right, grand. That's you done there.
Okay.
So why is Darnet always dropping out of the voice channel? What's going on?
I don't know, it's disturbing. Hopefully that doesn't happen through the entire day.
Yeah.
There he is.
Can you hear us now?
Where'd you go, man? If you're talking, we can't hear you.
No, the mic isn't working. Okay.
No.
What's going on?
Do I need to change my name to something?
Darnay?
Yeah.
No, me.
Dookie. Yeah.
Oh,
so-
Dookie. Oh, yeah. You can.
Who was that? Mahmoud was the commander, right? Of 1st Brigade.
Yeah.
So Mahmoud. Let me change the name of the channel.
Weird. I don't know why it's doing this.
Are you going in and out, Darnay?
Why has Szymanowski 2 text channels now? People are doing weird stuff.
Hello?
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 Hello.
Does it work now?
Seems...
Yeah, I hear you.
Alright. I've had to put my sensitivity down really low, so you probably hear a lot of background noise.
What are you in a cafeteria or something?
No, like weird chair squeaks or something.
Ah. You need to oil that thing. WD-40, man.
It's a wooden chair.
Well, wood needs oil.
I don't think that.
Man, this is nostalgic. This feels like the army. Hurry up and wait.
Yeah. I experience as Army Matters is I did a semester of ROTC. And one time, I think it's MS4s, say, all right, you're going to meet here at 6 o'clock in the morning. And they didn't show up until 7.
Oh, yeah.
The only response that we got was whoops.
I miss the days, though, when I could fall asleep every time I was sitting still. We used to do that. It was like, if you have troops just sitting around for more than 5 minutes, they'll be asleep. It's like, boom, just like that.
That's a very helpful skill for university.
Does everyone here have a channel with access to it and their name on it?
Yeah, I think there are now 2 Szymanowski channels. Don't know why, but
Yeah.
everybody else has access.
I'll just delete one because they're new anyway. But all of you as players can see your channel and it's got your name on it and everything's okay with that, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, I need all of you to say yes, so.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Well, you're talking about the text channel, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Marshall should be live streaming this thing today.
Yeah, I am. Though to my Twitch channel, didn't know if anybody wanted to stream it to YouTube.
Yeah, Dave was going to, but he got roped into being an umpire, so he's probably he'll
umpire
live
view
stream also.
Umpire view is perfect for YouTube.
He may live stream on his as well.
Yeah, let me.
But I don't think anybody's doing it. Are you doing it for? You're not doing it for the IKS one, though, right?
No, I mean, we should probably have talked about that before the game, but I could have streamed to the IKS YouTube, of course. I have all that set up, but there is no stream on the IKS. Let's see, Dave. Where is he? Compose, no.
Yeah, he's not streaming right now. I'm surprised he's not. He ought to be, but yeah, I just sent him a message. Told him he should be live streaming this.
There you go. It's somewhat interesting how long it takes the umpires to. I mean, I know it myself. How long it takes umpires to set up all the channels and stuff, and then figure out who is commanding what and all.
If only there were a way to make that faster.
Yeah.
If only.
You guys are all, geniuses. You should be coming up with a way to do that.
I call it AI.
I'm a moron, actually.
I thought that was my title.
Well, talking about that, probably you could do all that with a bot. So we need to talk to Felix to put his bot on steroids and provide an input on the back end to just put in the commands and then the bot goes ahead and creates all the channels and permissions and whatnot. That could be cool.
See, I knew one of you geniuses would come up with an answer.
Only problem is I don't know how to program that.
That's all right. You're better than me. I didn't understand 2/3 of what you just said. So.
I mean, we have the messenger bot, right?
Yeah, the one they use in the Civil War campaign, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And that is sort of you can access the commands via Discord directly, or like the umpires do to define how long a dispatch takes to be delivered. You exit this via your browser, like on the server, wherever it might be stored. I don't know where Felix has this. And there you can sort of add commands or I don't know, applications, functionalities, however you want to call it. And that's done in Python, I believe, which is relatively easy to do, but I just don't know how to do it. Yeah, and then the bot just needs sort of the permissions to, and I think it should have that, to create text and voice channels. And if you set it up in a way that you can just give the bot a list of names, and then the bot goes ahead and creates for each of these names one text and one voice channel with limited permissions, would be perfect.
Does it usually take the umpires an hour to set up the game?
With these sort of games and player count, unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, this thing's pretty big.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we got a lot. What did they have? Like 24 people playing or something?
Yeah. So if they had known in advance who would be actually there and who would be commanding what, they could have prepared all that in advance, and we could have just jumped into it right away. But that's on an open Saturday. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Also, a big thing is that it's they have to translate all the information from the campaign to the game board. It's not like normal open Saturday where you can just say, "Oh, well, this unit is here, and this unit's here in this town," and we
Yeah,
start.
well, that they have prepared, right? Because they need to track all that for the campaign anyway. So they have an umpire table with all the units where they should be. Only thing they need to do there is sort of to make sure they have the player names assigned to the pieces so that they know who's in command of what, which they need to change right now because of the new players.
Now, you guys, I imagine all of you probably use the blocks on the map, right?
Yes.
I don't. I find them. I find them more trouble for me than, and I'm not used to it. You know, my education would be drawing on a map. You know, so I'm more used to that, or using the battlefield management system, which is just a computer screen. So
yeah.
So yeah, whenever I try to use the blocks, I get confused. I just kind of throw blocks all over the place, and it's like, okay, yeah, that doesn't work. So I just don't even bother with them.
Yeah, it sort of helps me visualize the actual situation and the possibilities, how to react to things.
Yeah, I just draw it. I
Yeah.
do it circles and arrows and.
I mostly do draw circles and arrows and whatever, like very vague areas to combat.
Dave says
things
that
tend to change very quickly, and so whenever you have to have
Dave says that unfortunately he can't live screen it because then uploading screenshots would be too slow for him.
No, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Isn't he in the middle of London or whatever? Should be quick
Somewhere,
internet
yeah.
there.
I thought he was in the civilized world. Although I'm not sure what part of London he's in, so he may not be in the civilized world. I'm not sure.
Who knows?
Well, I can tell you that it is a gray, foggy day out here on the Pacific Ocean. It's funny whenever it's like this, that kind of gray horizon and misty, kind of a little bit of chilly. It's a little chilly, about 60, no, probably upper 50s Fahrenheit here.
Mm-hmm.
But I can see the channel, the marina where the fishing boats go out, and yeah, for some reason in my mind I imagine the high seas fleet heading out towards Jutland. I don't know why. It's like that was an image that caught my mind, when I was a kid, because I read all kinds of books on Jutland. It fascinated me, and that was the image I always had of those big dreadnoughts coming out of the channel, one right after the other, heading out into the North Sea. So every time I look at that, it's just like the image I had in my mind when I was a kid. I had a friend who was he was in the Navy, and he commanded a Mark V boat, which is the boats the SEALs use to go in and come back out. And it's like a modern day PT boat. It's really high speed kind of thing. But they were doing exercises in the North Sea. And so I asked him, I said, if you get to the coordinates where Jutland was, grab me a little bottle of water out of the sea, out of the North Sea. And he did, so I labeled it and put it on my mantle.
That's cool.
So does anybody here know what my name in this channel, who that guy is? He's not even French. He's actually German. No fair looking it up on Google. No, nobody? He was the highest scoring U-boat ace of all time from the First World War.
Yeah, I think World War One submarine warfare is often forgotten.
Oh yeah, his score is like double what Kretschmer got in the Second World War, and Kretschmer was the highest scorer in the Second World War.
No.
was like over 400,000 tons or something. And he survived. Tragically, though, he was killed in the Second World War by a bomb. He never even got out to sea. He was commanding. Well, he wasn't a boat commander at that point. He was an admiral, but he was killed in a bombing raid.
Call that karma.
The interesting thing is that he did all of that. I mean, his score and everything, most of it was in the Mediterranean, and he did it following international rules. He wasn't a sink on sight, no warning kind of guy. So it's really pretty amazing. But he had a system. Those guys fascinate me, like Boca, Richthofen, and von Arnold de la Perrier. They fascinate me because there's this idea about leadership and success. You know, you most people don't realize that the overwhelming majority of air-to-air kills or successful submarine sinkings were done by a small percentage of the commanders or the pilots. Most guys hardly, never even shot anybody down or sank a ship. It's like they would go out, not see anybody, and come back, or they would, get into fights but couldn't bring anybody down if they were pilots and that kind of thing. But a small percentage of guys account for a huge percentage of, say, aerial victories and that kind of thing. And I've always wondered, what differentiates them from everybody else? I mean, why is it that, Richthofen can shoot down 80 planes, but 100 other pilots don't even, they account for like 3, or something like that? What's the difference between them? And what's that X factor? It's not aggressiveness, because you got people like Albert Ball, who was extremely aggressive, would attack anything that he saw, and then you've got other guys who were very cautious, and they both were successful, that kind of thing. Boca and Richthofen and von Arnold, they all had they were systematic. They had a system that they had worked out, and they used it. But it just fascinates me what differentiates that guy and all those other people who had no success at all.
Yeah, well, we also know that from the infantry,
how
right?
the French train some of their men.
Sorry, Donald, repeat that.
I wonder if a difference, to try and answer your question up here, can be found in the way that the French train some of their men, where you have a small percentage of really good guys, and so you spread that amongst the regiment in order to try and get all your guys to be at least even your bad, to kind of drag up your bad guys, in a sense.
Yeah, we do that to this day. You kind of try to spread out the experience and rotate, like officers are rotated through various commands in order to seed that experience. But what differentiates that guy? I mean, you got 2 guys. One of them, or you got this small group of guys, and they account for like 70% of all the air-to-air victories. And then you've got 90% of the rest of your pilots who account for the other 30%. What's the difference between that 10% and the other 90? I mean, what makes this guy able to do that and those guys are not? And it doesn't seem to be a consistent, or I can't find a consistent factor. It's not aggressiveness. It's not, physical skill. It's, what is it that makes this one able to do that and these guys not, I'm not sure. I really don't know what the answer to that is.
I mean, we also know that from the infantry, right? We have so many reports. I think after World War II, there were many interviews, and I think also, I don't know, Vietnam or whatever, where they found out that most of the guys just, I don't know, empty their gun into the air, so to say, not aiming actually at the enemy.
Yeah,
So,
I know what you're talking about. And it is particularly true of green units.
Yeah.
The original study showed it was like less than 15% of them would actually fire towards the enemy or shoot to kill, basically. And everybody else was either not returning fire or basically shooting into the air. They looked at that and they changed training techniques to change that, and that's why when we went into the Gulf War, that percentage was over 90%. So it was an effective training reformation in that sense. They created they got a bunch of psychologists and everything else. And
hey guys, I assume you've been ready for a while. The game is gonna start with the first turn. Do you have any questions or anything?
Let's go.
None from me.
Okay, nice. When will we can start?
Anyway, they changed all those the training protocols.
Oh yeah, if you be so kind, move these fellow gamers to the last blue channels. Everyone with one channel up, then see who is co-located.
Well, Jan, you got work to do, bud.
Let's see.
Wait, I have one final question.
Yes.
What were like the U.S. objectives in like the Gulf War?
To win. to the first objective was to
All right, there we go. Ready to receive the first report. So, 1 hour and 12 minutes to get the administration part set up. And now we are good to go. Hopefully that's going to be resolved fairly quickly. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 umpires, some of them very experienced, so should be all good, I think. Okay. There's my first screenshot. I have 37th Regiment with 3 battalions and march column about here. We have the 56th, like so, and we got in front of us the dragoons, I believe, of our cavalry brigade, somewhat like, marching to Heringen. And I guess Dave will be here to take our orders soon. I think Danette and Perrier can actually be co-located. But I'm not sure. I'll leave that up to Otto to take care of that, or the umpires in general. Good. Well, I still have no Napoleonic sort of inspired license-free music to play in the background, unfortunately, and I don't want to play American Civil War fife and drum music right now. If you know any suitable source of, I don't know, period-specific music that I could use, that will give me a strike on either Twitch or YouTube, please point it out to me. I'm actually looking for stuff to use, but yeah, copyright is an issue, of course, we want to avoid. All right, we'll get some new members who are gonna join the chat soon, which is always good to see. Generally seeing all the new folks coming in on the server is pretty cool. We are over 900 members right now. Yeah, no worries. That's just for new people to point out once again that they obviously shouldn't watch my stream if they are playing on the coalition side, or anybody who's playing really shouldn't watch the stream, because it takes the fog of war away, and fog of war is so important for the Kriegsspiel experience. So there you go. Dave, hello.
How you doing, man?
I'm all right. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. You've been given me as your umpire. We'll try and make it as quick as possible.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're marching east by the looks of things, past Netzbach. I understand that maybe you've probably been given some information in the campaign as to what it is you're doing. But yeah, you're behind Cy Mantsovsky. He's up near, marching past Herringen.
I don't think that's actually true. Szymanowski has the cavalry on our left wing, the two brigades over there.
Szymanowski. Okay, that's interesting, because someone's put him.
Yeah, no, that's the brigade here in front of me is from 1st Division. We don't actually have a player, so I'm sort of commanding them as well.
Right, okay. Interesting. Yeah, because someone's put Szymanowski right in front of you with the infantry. Or, oh no, is it Cav or is it infantry?
That should be a brigade.
It is Cav. It is Cav. It is Cav in front of you. Yep. Yeah. So what do you want to do?
I want the dragoons to. Let me see. Do we need to get them out of the way? No, they should park themselves at the crossroads that are to the northeast of them right now. and wait there. And I will continue with the infantry through Netzbach, then turn north and march along that road that leads us to Mansfelden.
Gotcha. No worries.
That's it. Thank you. Alright, there we have it. So we were set back a little bit from the pre-briefing, but that's alright. So I'm gonna put the cavalry here. They were supposed to be starting there, but that doesn't really make a difference. I mean, they could... We were talking about attacking Nauheim eventually, potentially, if there's nothing going on here, but I think I keep them on this side of this small run for now. They should potentially even be able to cross it. We need to take a look at that. And then we'll continue with the infantry up here in direction of Mansfelden. As soon as we are going to spot the enemy, I will probably throw 37th Regiment into skirmish formation, at least 1 or 2 battalions. Or, I mean, like the 3 voltigeur companies of these 3 battalions. And then have the 56th, which is the more experienced. So these guys are so-called Marie-Louise. They are freshly recruited, very young soldiers. And these are experienced soldiers here in the 56th. They are my punching power. They will go in assault columns, depending on the situation, how they're on the right or on the left of the 37th. And once we know what's going on over here, we will coordinate with Marmont to attack Mansfelden. Ideally, and I probably should change the color of my cursor if I can. Let's take blue if there's no other color available, so that you can see it a little bit better in contrast to the map. Right. So that will be interesting where actually 1st Brigade is of 1st Division. We lost basically, or we sort of pulled what we had together to reform 3rd Division. So we basically lost 2nd Division. Some of the battalions are merged with brigades of 3rd Division. The remnants that haven't been destroyed last time. So, if you have any questions regarding the game, regarding the campaign, regarding Kriegsspiel in general, just feel free to put them in the chat. Or if you're watching this later on YouTube, or video on demand, put them in the comments. If you're not already a member of the International Kriegsspiel Society, be invited to join us. As I said, we have made the 900 members by now, and it's an awesome community to play Kriegsspiel and discuss history and all sorts of wargaming. You find a website which we sort of redid a few months ago with basic information on what the International Kriegsspiel Society is, what Kriegsspiel is, how we play it, how you join us, some links to rule sets and all that stuff at kriegspiel.org. There's also a link to our Discord server where most of our gaming happens. We have an open Saturday game every Saturday at 5 p.m. Central European Time, which is, I believe, 11 a.m. East Coast. And a continuously growing number of play-by-post games that are organized via several Discord servers, maintained by the International Kriegsspiel Society and members of it. And so if you don't have the time to commit to a live game, usually these live games take about, let's say, 3 to maybe 5 hours. Most likely 3 to 4. Depending on player count, of course, and scenario and all that, and how many umpires are there. But this one is a big one. This is a campaign game, as I said previously. It's part of the March on the Rhine campaign hosted by Otto and Rankein. And that's why we have so many players today. I think, I don't know, we could go and count, but I don't want to take a look actually at the coalition voice or text channel, so that, yeah, I don't know how many actually there are there. Because I'm an admin, unfortunately I can see all the other channels. I can't avoid sort of seeing how many players we have in all the blue, so the French team's voice channels, which is unfortunate because it sort of takes away a little bit of the fog of war for me. Although, I mean, from the general situation in the campaign, I of course know who should be here. But anyways, for the other players who are not moderators or admins, they can't see that, so that's fortunate for them. That's cool. That's a big part of the sort of simulation aspect, but that's the reason why I won't go through red and count how many players they have. And there are, of course, also formations that don't have actually in commander today, as we see that on this part of the battlefield. I'm commanding my sort of campaign brigade, which is 2nd Brigade 1st Division of the French army, and I'm also today commanding the cavalry of 1st Division because we don't have a player for it, as is Dukey, who is taking command of Mahmoud's 1st Brigade 1st Division. And then we have Darnet, I don't know the actual player name right now, anyway, it doesn't matter, who is taking command of all of 3 3rd Division's brigades, sort of the remnants of what we have left from 3rd and 2nd Division are merged into this. We have de la Perrière, who is commanding the artillery and sort of the overall commander of 1st Division and the whole section of the army here. And we have Szymanowski, who is commanding the cavalry, 2 cavalry brigades there over on our left wing. Yeah, and then there should be, I think, 4 more divisions actually. We have, so what was supposed to come on this hook from the left rank? We have the young guard, we have the middle guard, we have one, so that's 1 division each of young, middle and old guard, and I think 1 more infantry division actually. So 4 divisions should be operating in the area of Limburg, hopefully. So from the reports we have, there's fighting going on here in this area. So apparently they have already crossed through Limburg, which is pretty good. I was very skeptical about this plan, I must say. So I'm still very surprised to see this actually happening. And potentially they have also crossed here at Dietz. I think there's a bridge, yes. So potentially they've crossed there. We have reports of musketry and artillery fire from the north, from these sectors. We had also made contact with a cavalry brigade of the middle guard, I think, which was sent south to make contact with us and relayed some information to us. So there's that. Just for all of you who are new, just joined the stream, our approach today. So we had a previous battle. Let me start with that. Our part of the army was meant to march on Limburg, find the enemy and pin it in position, or at least sort of delay it. As I said, we lost basically 1 division worth of men doing so in the Battle of Nauheim, which was fought basically in this area here. Nauheimer Höhe, Zollhaus, Menzfelden, Nauheim, Neesbach, and back to Kirberg, where we had our supply I started, I think, at this position over here, immediately facing 2 divisions worth of Prussian infantry, which was not very enjoyable. And the other forces who were supposed to march along this road and attack the enemy flanks, they were basically crushed, and the remnants were ordered to reassemble in these areas here and then fell back to the west once we got our supplies out of Kirchberg, which were threatened by Prussian cavalry, which had moved around our flank. Then we sort of reassembled our forces here between Heringen, Netzbach, Hahnstetten. At this point we had an Austrian division here over at Lorheim, which we planned to attack, but setting this into motion, the enemy retired, probably to the Bucherfeld, not so sure, but at least in this direction, maybe somewhere in reserve, who knows. So we had some time to reorganize and set us up. We are now marching to sort of establish a somewhat defensive line. So the overall commander has pointed out, or our section commander has pointed out earlier, that first, due to the status of our infantry having lost so many men and also having so many inexperienced troops, like fresh recruits, we are not going to push through the enemy, of course. That's not going to happen. That's obviously the job for the guard formations to do. We are just here to pull away forces to make their attack more successful, and then hold this position if we can. And if we are not heavily engaged, we could then sort of shift to the east and attack. We know there's a Prussian supply depot, or they pull together their supply trains at Nauheim. So then we can push from Mansfeld to Nauheim and potentially circle around this area, maybe even to the Bergerkirche, or to Niederbrechen, to cut off their line of retreat, because now they are sort of in a pocket, you know. Their lines of communication through Limburg seem to be cut. The Russian formations who were guarding their right flank have been crushed, as far as we know. And yeah, the only direction there's of course the Lahn River here. So they could find some bridges to cross. Yeah, here at Runkel there's a bridge to get away. At Wilmar there is one, and that's basically it. There is none at Erfurt. So these 2 bridges would be the only way to cross the river. Otherwise, they'll have to take this road to Frankfurt, and potentially we can cut them off here and isolate this whole formation. That would be a great success. And there is a new screenshot which has the dragoons marching. So I need to stop them, and has me about here at the crossroads, somewhat like this. So it's now 06:15 and we are continuing our march on Mansfeld. And I need to have the cavalry stop there though. Don't want to push them on Mansfeld. They are dragoons, so they are basically sort of battle cavalry, combat cavalry. The dragoons still have like carbines, or actually these have musketoons in the French army, so like shorter muskets but not carbines. They are trained in infantry combat, but basically to defend like strategic strong points like bridges or depots or whatever. Not so much as in the previous understanding of actually having an infantry regiment riding somewhere, dismounting and then fight at infantry as infantry. That's not their job. If you want them to fight an open battle, they are just going in like heavy cavalry, and they have about the same impact, although they are slightly less armored, of course. They don't have the breastplates, the cuirassiers or carabiniers have. So there's that. Fortunately for us, our cavalry is actually pretty much in good shape. They didn't take any sincere losses. So we have these, and we have 2 brigades over here of light cavalry. These are garde d'honneur, which is a cavalry type that has been introduced relatively late in the Napoleonic Wars to form new cavalry formations with somewhat good horses, because so many men and horse were lost in Russia. Napoleon had to pull together new formations, and they didn't have the time to train, obviously, so the quality of infantry and cavalry degrades heavily. And there's the umpire, Dave. Hello.
Okay, so you've marched past Netzbach, and the cavalry up ahead of you have moved because they're actually under a player character. So someone's playing them. So
who's that?
Hmm?
Who is that?
Who is that? Yes, Simonovsky is being played by.
But that can't be the case, because he's in command of the 2 brigades of garde d'honneur who started at Flacht. We can't
the
have a
Gardes
play.
d'Honneur,
Yes.
because I'm also, being the umpire for that kind of section as well. They're actually being botted.
No. Have shift that over. Szymanowski is supposed to command the garde d'honneur. There's no way we have one player command one single cavalry brigade and have 2 like rolling around out of control.
Let me confer with Otovsky about this one, because
Yeah, that was. I mean, I think we were pretty clear about these guys being under my control. So, and he's already moving ahead. That's not supposed to happen, anyways. So some admin hiccups here, which is all right. With as I said previously, with the battle this size, that's all right. So in the Garde d'Honneur, we are basically members of the reintroduced aristocracy. So they had horse, they had material, they had some previous training. Although not combat training, basically, but yeah. So let's see what they figure out. I see that Otto, Nick, and Dave, who are all umpires, are with the player of Szymanowski right now, so they probably figure it out. There's no way that we have these 2 brigades being botted, and they are too far away from our formation to allow that at a critical position anyways between our 2 formations, so there needs to be a player to take care of that.
Hi, I'm back. Yeah, there seemed to have been a little bit of confusion, and not even Simonovsky realised that he was on the right and not the kind of left. So,
There's that.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so you're marching past Nesbach,
Yes.
and the dragoons in front of you have, because they were actually ordered to in the first turn, have moved north. So we can't change that, unfortunately. But
Yeah,
you can...
but they can stay there where they are right now.
Okay. And you know what? They actually send word to you that they actually saw some Russian scout cavalry that have moved off of their position.
Okay.
Yeah. The Russian scout cavalry flared up to Mensfelden.
Yeah, perfect. But they didn't see anything to the east?
They saw nothing to the east, no.
Okay, so then the infantry continues on Mensfelden, the cavalry stays put.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry about the confusion to begin with,
worries,
but yeah,
no worries.
when players don't even realise where they are.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
There you have it. There you have it. Okay, so they moved. I'm sort of a little bit concerned about what might be going on our right flank. Does the enemy actually bother sending cavalry? We haven't seen any, of course, yet, but does the enemy bother with sending cavalry into our flank? Is that a possibility, or do they keep the cavalry together and to slow down our infantry, counterattack our infantry? I don't know. Or does the enemy decide to simply sort of delay the inevitable attack from the guard and concentrate on us? That could also be the case, sort of counter push us now that we believe to be able to advance. They could be launching a counterattack on the weakest part of the army. However, that would allow the guard to get in behind them and cut their lines of communication completely. So also not without risk. And now it becomes sort of a game theory thing. What do you think the enemy thinks? You think he thinks, and what are you going to decide? What are you? Yeah, I don't know. It's a gamble, right? It's sort of like a poker game now. Now we need to collect information as best as we can and interpret it as best as we can, coordinate with our fellow commanders, and then, well, make decisions. Make the best out of the situation and the interpretation we draw from the reality as we perceive it. Which of course always differs from how the reality actually is on the Empire board. That's the big thing about Kriegsspiel. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's actually going on. You can only rely on Empire reports and reports from your fellow commanders, if they communicate with you, that is. Okay, so let's see who is in the chat. I see Kutsafrats is still there. We got Stefan Strategy again. Hello, nice to see you in the chat. We got Zarek, who is a very new member to the IKS. Great to have you. And again, if you have any questions about Kriegsspiel or, I don't know, this particular game, whatever comes to your mind, feel free to put them in the chat. I'd be glad to answer them in between Empire reports and giving orders, of course. Yeah, no worries. You're welcome. You're welcome. Steaming, yeah, I'm very steaming. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Lurking is all right. That's all right. Perfectly fine. Good to see you around. So, it might be the decisive battle of the campaign, actually. As I said, I'm very surprised that the plan actually worked out, because I was quite opposed to it in the beginning. We had a strategic planning before the campaign started, and our overall commander said, "Okay, you guys go here, and I take like the majority of the army, the strongest of all divisions, and move them far to the west, out of reach. Put a river in between us so that we cannot even support each other. And then I'm gonna go behind the enemy, cut them off and attack their flank or whatever." And I was like, what? And it actually, I mean, it sort of proved to be the case that the river actually hindered our communication seriously. We were sort of blind down here. I mean, also between the communication with 3rd Division, which was operating here on our left flank, was not as it should have been. So we weren't actually sure where exactly they were, what they did, that they fought an Austrian division here in the woods while we are operating over here and screened the enemy. We didn't know that. So there's room for improvement there, communications-wise. But in addition, we had this river in between us, which hindered like couriers going back and forth between the two parts of the army. So we didn't even know that the enemy, the Russian divisions too, I believe, were crushed by the Maréchal and the 4 divisions of the Guard. So we were completely blind until we heard musketry or combat noises in the area of Rhine and Limburg, and the arrival of a Guard cavalry brigade, which said, yeah, well, we just crushed the Russians over there at Nassau, far to the west, and then we just marched here, and now we are in the rear of the enemy. Welcome. Yeah, well, okay, we were a bit scared, losing 1 division worth of men, and not sure whether we had accomplished anything with it, right? So communications is a big thing. Either the couriers didn't find a way, so there aren't many bridges, of course, here across the land. There's one at Dietz, which was controlled by the enemy, though, previously. And there were these Austrians, which I'm not sure why they pushed so far into this area. Maybe they wanted to scout. Maybe they wanted to turn our left flank. Who knows? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how they actually got behind 3rd Division, right? They must have marched in this area, basically like Birlebach, and then through the Tannenkuppel to Schönborn or whatever, and then turn around once they learned that 3rd Division had marched to Lorheim and Flachel and so on. So that's a bit confusing, and they might have actually intercepted some of our couriers, who knows. And Dave is back.
Okay, so I'm back.
Yes.
Yeah, so your screenshot should have loaded in by now. So you hear to the west the faint pop, pop, pop of musket fire on the wind, and up ahead of you, just on the southeast of Mansfelden, are a group of Russian cavalry.
Okay, as expected. And I do not see 1st Brigade on my left flank. Oh, that's interesting. Well, what we are going to do is we keep the cavalry where it is right now. And we continue with the infantry. However, I want the, what's that in the lead? That's 37th Regiment, I believe. I want them to form masked square formations and advance in masked square.
Okay, cool.
And I guess that's about it. Once they've crossed, they are allowed to sort of fan out in their squares, and then we'll deploy 56 in between them as we see fit.
Okay, so the 56th is still heading north, kind of in between the squares, right? Or
yes, I mean if the enemy cavalry is going to engage us, they deploy in line and deliver, of course, but otherwise we continue.
Okie dokie.
Great, thank you. So let's pull some Russian infantry cavalry pieces, that is light cavalry. So maybe even, are they Ulanen? It might be. Can't see it clearly, but it could be, or those might be Cossacks actually. I mean, they have lances too, right? And light cavalry. So maybe some Cossacks, some Hussars, potentially. And they also have lost men previously, which is great. So if we can deliver. So now you might be wondering, why the hell has he ordered to continue the advance and use masked square formations to do so? Well, it is for two reasons. I cannot have the cavalry sort of delay my attack on Mansfelden. Well, that's my objective. I need to take Mansfelden, right? On the other hand, I don't want to push the dragoons in, although they would certainly be able to crush light cavalry, which should be able to avoid them and move away. But having the town on the flank puts them in danger if there is infantry in there. There could actually be, previously there was a massed artillery battery here, which I assume it has been relocated, but it could still be there and fire into the flanks. So I need them to hold back and sort of work as a reserve and as a protection for my flank. Now, putting these in massed square formations allows me to first bolster their morale, because they are inexperienced recruits. Oh, we talked about Marie-Louise before. The mass square is also as effective as the hollow square against cavalry. So, but it is, in addition, it is able to actually continue moving, although slower, of course. And that will, that will allow them to get across here, protected against cavalry, fan out, and then have the more experienced troop of the 56th come across, potentially, if the cavalry actually wants to face us, deploy and then attack them in a sort of mixed formation with mass squares. So, I hope the umpires know and understand what my plan is there. What I'm a bit confused about or concerned is, where is Mahmoud's 1st Brigade, right? It's supposed to be on my left flank, and I cannot see him from my position currently. So should I send a dispatch? Is that already the point to send a dispatch? I believe so, yes, because we have spotted the enemy at Netzbach. So dispatch 2. This is going to de la Perrière, and this is going to Mahmoud. De la Perrière is at Die Platte, which is this hill here. And Mahmoud is, I don't know where. Maybe he was behind me in this area here. Assume the west of Netzbach. I am between Heringen and Mansfelden. It is 06:30. My message is about to run south of Mansfelden. There we see Russian light cavalry. Actually reduced Russian light cavalry. Going to push in masked squares. I cannot see 1st Brigade on my left. Please confirm or relay, actually, please relay current position. This is sent by General de Brigade Bertrand, commander of 2nd Brigade, 1st Division. There you go. That should be immediately delivered on the next turn. I think we are so close together that that should be all right. Wait. Okay. Alrighty, so that's sort of, that might turn out to be an issue if they are actually behind us, because they are supposed to be here moving on to this crossroad and then either support the attack on, or the move on this hill between Niedereisen and Mansfelder Kopf, or support my attack on Mansfelden if we find enemy infantry around. And if they are not there, especially with my recruit infantry regiment here, I might be in a pickle. We'll see. We will see. We don't know what's behind the cavalry anyway, so... But it's important to relay the information that we have light cavalry in front of us. Also very interesting that this is Russian cavalry and not Prussians, because, as I said, we were facing two divisions actually of Prussian infantry and one brigade of cavalry, and I don't know, there were cuirassiers as well. Not sure if those were Prussians or Baden troops. And we had cavalry and infantry of the Habsburg army on our left as well. So now we see the Russians. They must have been evading the main part of the army and then sort of now having arrived here, like being ordered to plug the gaps where the strong forces are now pushed against, presumably pushed against our main attack coming in, which hopefully the Guard can decide in their favor, right? So Zarek, how did you find us again? Let me see. Let me go back to the welcome channel. I think you did write something there. Let me see. Found out about Kriegsspiel from a book about the history of CRPGs. What's that? Combat RPGs? Thought I'd give it a try. Yeah. Keen to learn. Yeah, you found the spot, man. You found quite the spot to learn Kriegsspiel. Let me tell you, we are not sort of using the original historical rule sets, because, especially not Reichswitz, because they are way too detailed. They are sort of paying attention to how many rounds have been shot, how many men are dead in a half battalion and whatnot. So that's not how we play. But we have, of course, systems that derive or are inspired by especially by Reichswitz, but also the other. I mean, there's Chischwitz as well, and then there is Free Kriegsspiel and all that stuff, where you don't actually have a rule set, but just umpires who judge on a given combat situation, which we also don't do because that might be, I don't know, too biased, and none of us. I mean, we have, as you've heard previously or earlier, actually with Achilles, who is Le Perrier today. We have folks from the army, of course, and we also have folks from various staff colleges from the US, from Germany, and so on, as members in the community, so they know stuff, but also, I mean, of course, not about Napoleonic War, so nobody is that old. Because of that, we have systems who are thoroughly based on military history studies. We do discuss these kind of things regularly on the Discord server as well. So, like interpretations, how to handle lancers and all that stuff, for example. That's a debate that's like returning like, I don't know, a zombie elephant in the room. But yes, especially so like today we are using the Otowski system, which is obviously designed by Otto, which the special thing about it is it has dice that are sort of aligned to the unit type. So if you have infantry fighting, you roll a different die. If you have artillery fighting, you roll a different die. If you have cavalry fighting, you roll a different die. And these dice, they actually pay attention to the situation the combat is happening in. So like, are the units in dense terrain or like build up areas, rough spots, whatnot? Their experience, and well, if you have cavalry, they make a difference on light and heavy cavalry and all that stuff. So that's pretty interesting. A very good system in my opinion. Good to use once you've wrapped your head around how the dice work. You can actually run it as an umpire pretty easily. But what does that allow to sort of have these sort of systems that are more streamlined without giving up like the historically informed flavor? That allows to run these sort of games online pretty quickly, right? We are not like sitting all in the same room and the umpire is like running around and doing stuff on the spot, but you have to make sure you take into account the delay that is produced by delivering and reports and taking orders on the Discord, be it via text, which takes a lot of time, or be it via voice. Not all our members do speak perfectly well English, which is totally fine. There's no problem with that. So far, we've always managed to take care of that and give them the time to articulate what they want to do and all that. Or if we have umpires who speak the languages, we pair them with the players to make sure they understand what's going on. That's also an opportunity, or not an opportunity. It's an option to do, of course, to lower the barriers. And Kriegsspiel is very, very easy to enter. There aren't much. There are no big sort of entry barriers because, I mean, of course, there's the sort of language stuff if you don't speak English very well. Although doing that, like getting used to speaking it regularly, helps quite a lot. I think the year in the International Kriegsspiel Society has helped me improve my English, although it's still not perfect, of course. But yeah, you don't have, as a player, you don't have to know the rules because you're not going to throw any dice or whatever. You just rely on what the umpire tells you, and then you use your common sense and what you know about the period. If you know anything, there's also no need to be like a military historian of the Napoleonic Wars or whatever other period it might be that is represented in the game. You just go in and you try, because Kriegsspiel, first of all, Kriegsspiel is made to have players fail. It's a learning experience. It's meant as a learning experience from Reiswitz on. Sort of the purpose of the game is, of course, in the Prussian army it was having a tool that is very easily usable to train officers, of course, without having to ride out into the field and have some military maneuvers there with soldiers and whatnot. But I think I see it, if you approach it more abstractly, it's really about sort of dealing with the unknown, with the uncertainty of what actually is happening around you. Being able to cope with that, to draw conclusions from the little information you receive, to come up with plans, to stick to plans. I mean, that's also a hard thing to do. Often players sort of react to what the situation that is presenting itself around them, and then sort of lose sight of the actual objective they have. That's a lesson to be learned. To stick with your objective, to stick with the plan as best as you can, if that's possible, given the overall situation, which then comes back to coordinating, coordinating with your fellow commanders, especially your superior commanders, so that they get a full vision of what is going on all around on the battlefield, and then are able to make decisions and maybe adapt the plan, change the plan according to the situation. But as a lower commander, you shouldn't run after, I don't know, if you see an enemy cavalry on your flank, don't go run after them, right? And leave your fellow commanders in the blue or in the dark, actually, of where you are, why you've gone, why you've left your position and whatnot. So it really helps to getting used to reflect about your own reception of things, of your own, like the structure of how you interpret information, and how and what you which information you sort of put in your communications to others. You get a different understanding of what's important in different situations. So sometimes some players don't need to know all details, of course, but they are, depending on, are they your subordinates or your commanders, sort of which sort of information is important to tell them, right? You learn that. And yeah, I don't know, it on a very abstract level, it sort of helps you learn reflecting and, yeah, I don't know, maybe even critical thinking in a way. So, are there any books on Napoleonic War that you could recommend? Well, there have been written so many books. So many books on the Napoleonic Wars. Where can I even start? So if you are interested in tactics and all that, so how works infantry, how works cavalry and all that in the Napoleonic Wars, how does it change, or does all that sort of develop throughout the wars, then there is Nosworthy's Battle Tactics, I think it's called, Battle Tactics. Should be on the website. That's a pretty good one, because it also sort of connects back to the development of military thinking from the 1600s or what onwards. So a lot of things you see during the Napoleonic Wars are this impulse warfare, the aggressive assault column tactics and all that. That's actually been developed hundreds of years before, right? It just happens to be because of the new technology with artillery and the new command structures happen to empower the military to actually use these tactics to a full effect in combined arms situation. But the elements, the single elements, have been developed over hundreds of years, so that's nothing new. And if you're more interested in morale aspects, then there is this book by... The only issue with that one is that it's focusing mostly on the British perspective in the Peninsular War. Let me just quickly check out the name. Books. Where is it? Don't tell me it's not on the website. Well, that's a shame. So Nosworthy is there. That's called Battle Tactics of Napoleon and His Enemies. I pretty much suggest reading that. And then there is... how is it called? Battle something, of course. That's not the one I'm looking for. There must be more. Seems has been some time since I ordered that. Oh, come on. So, battle tactics. There we have it. Rory Muir. Tactics and the experience of battle in the age of Napoleon. That's more focused on the morale side of things. Beware that has a sort of pro-British bias on, especially when it comes to the question of what is superior, like line formation or assault columns and all that. So apparently we have made it across, which is great news. These are in massed square, I hope. We have the infantry coming up. The enemy has been closing in on us, so something like this. And I still do not see Marmont.
Okay, I'm back. So,
yeah,
you've moved north. The 37th have gotten into squares to kind of screen your position. The Russian cavalry have moved forward. You still hear the faint sounds of musket fire out to your west.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like to do?
We are continuing forward. I want to have 2 battalions of the 56 deployed, or actually put them all 4 in double line formation, whatever, deployed between the squares.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
So that they can deliver volleys on the enemy, and then the whole formation pushes forward to the to the northwest, so that we get between the woods and Mansfelden.
Cool. Anything for the dragoons?
No, hold for now. Maybe send some vedettes to the east just to have an eye out there.
No worries. We'll do.
Thank you. So we are sending some scouts in this direction just to make sure there's nobody going to flank us. And now the plan is, so these guys are, and we have actually the status markers somewhere. Units. Square. These guys are in, hopefully in mass square, so they can actually move around. And not in hollow square, which, I mean, hollow square can move, but yeah. Let me get the status markers we would potentially need later on. So we have an ammo marker, we have a disruption marker, and some musket smoke. Yeah, no worries, Zarek, you're welcome. If you have some specific topic you're interested in, let me know. I might know some more, but yeah. I mean, if you want to have an overview sort of history of the Napoleonic Wars and not so much focusing on the tactics and morale of battles, then you could read Chandler's Campaigns of Napoleon. That's an old classic, but it's somewhat out of date. There are many more articles and books that have been published more recently, but it actually depends on what aspects of the Napoleonic Wars you're interested in. And I have not yet received a response. Does it actually take half an hour to get back and forth this position? No way. That's done in... I mean, even if they moved around here... 6... I mean, they were still there. That should be done in, I don't know, 5 minutes. So we hear musket fire. So potentially there is something there, and Darnett has advanced the brigades. Potentially. But where is Marmont's first brigade? That is what worries me. Slightly. Mostly general stuff. My knowledge of history is pretty bad. Well, even as an historian, you can't know everything, so there's that. Yeah, then, I don't know, maybe Chandler is then the way to go. If you can find a cheap copy, I mean, there should be many around. It's been out for some years, a used copy maybe. Grab that and start with that. Just don't take everything as the truth. and you're good to go to get an overview. What I have bought a few weeks ago, but that is not easy to get cheaply, is this one here. I don't know, can you see that? Yes. It's a military history and atlas of the Napoleonic Wars. I got this copy for 60 euros, I think. It's an edition that has some issues with the maps. In some maps the overlays are slightly off. But what it does provide is, first of all, sort of an operational history. So there's lots of text there. And every second page actually, yes, is a map. So you get these overview and also battlefield maps. This one is, I don't know, probably you can't really see it, but this is the situation in Spain in 1808 and 1809, and you see the sort of the basic movements of the pursuit, for example, of Soult's corps and Ney and so on, chasing Moore to La Coruña, where he got extracted. And then you have like an overview. The next map is an overview of all battles fought in Spain between 1808 and 1814, and then it continues. And it always gives you, an operational and sometimes tactical overview. But that's, again, it's only focused on military things, right? So it's, and only on battles and campaigns in which Napoleon somewhat personally took part. So if you're looking for a history of like the Revolutionary Wars and all of the Napoleonic Wars, this is not the one you're looking for, but it has decent maps and it has decent basic information of the military operations. So that could be a thing if you get it at a decent price. I've seen copies for like $400, which might be a bit newer iterations of this one and in a better shape, but no way I'm going to pay $400 for a book. Especially not if just an area of a casual interest and not something you're dedicated to. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Not the best book I've ever read on military matters, but the combination of basic information and text, maps is pretty good. Yeah. Clausewitz on war. Yeah, I have that too. Sort of a classic. I've also got Chaumigny somewhere, which I sort of prefer over Clausewitz. Also, the very interesting thing about the Clausewitz, I think, is that his wife had so much impact on the writing, not just sort of in publishing the book after his death, but in sort of putting all the notes that were still not written down into text, but also on the parts that he still was able to sort of dictate to her. We know that from the manuscripts and so on, there are many notes she did, and so her impact on this book is quite big. And potentially, probably many don't know about that fact. So, it appears that we have pushed the enemy back slightly, put them in some sort of disarray. No, probably won't call it that way, but anyways, they are pushed back to this kind of situation. The infantry has fanned out. We took some disruption here, and I'm not sure how that could have happened, but apparently the men are wavering or whatever. Maybe their morale is not as high. Maybe they didn't had coffee in the morning. And apparently the cavalry did fire on us. I mean, judging on the smoke, judging on the disruption, we did fire at them as well, of course. But there you have it. Still no sign of enemy infantry in Mansfelden, which is interesting. If we do not get reports of enemy movement on our right flank from the cavalry vedettes, I'm tempted to bring them up to run down these light cavalrymen so that we can actually enter Mansfelden. Which, however, is only of worth if Mahmud is somewhere around. And I don't know where he actually is. Where could he be? Where could he be? Yeah. I actually have, speaking about expensive books, I actually have all volumes of Napoleon's memoirs translated into German, though, at home. Which, of course, is just a big propaganda work, but pretty interesting anyways. Welcome
All right.
back.
So the Russian cav in front of you, little bit of skirmishing going on, and your men are still in square and advancing slowly. But Atovsky says that because they're cav, they're kind of controlling the engagement, so to speak. So yeah. You still hear some faint musket fire coming from the west. Staff officer who's been out east to the top of the hill out east there has had a little bit of a look. Doesn't see anything. Comes back and says, "Looks like the east is clear."
Interesting.
What do you want?
Interesting. Well, still not knowing where Mahmud is, who's supposed to be on my left flank, we will push onwards.
Still going forwards.
Yes.
Excellent. You enjoying the game so far?
Yeah, I mean, there are some puzzles to solve, but it's good to know that there's nothing so far on my east. So
yeah, all good.
Yeah, that's very confusing. Where is he? Where is 1st Brigade? They have actually they have the same amount of battalions actually. Men of the 142nd Regiment, 144th Regiment, and 1 battalion of the 145th Regiment. Well, okay. There's also a change in sort of formation administrations during the Napoleonic Wars. In the beginning, during the French Revolutionary Wars, once the demi-brigades were formed, they were made up on paper by 3 battalions, and that sort of stuck throughout the Napoleonic wars. The regiments were just administrative formations usually. So in a brigade, you often had battalions, like 3 battalions, that was later expanded, of course, as you can see here, of sometimes 3 different regiments, right? Later on, then they sort of used the same battalions, like battalions from the same regiment and brigades, but that was not how they started doing that. This all has to do with the centralization of administration and so on. So the regiment as a tactical unit is more a thing you see before the Napoleonic Wars. So everything can be a regiment before the Napoleonic Wars, and the term is actually, by the German state, like Prussia and so on, the term is still used in that sense. Like a regiment is one sort of formation, like a brigade, there might be companies and battalions of various different formal regiments in a regiment that you have on the battlefield. So it's not meant as one coherent administrative body, which it later on then becomes. So then a regiment is one thing that has formations that belong to each other. Previously, a regiment just means there's a body of men that are combined into one sort of command. And you have that shift, I think, mainly during the Napoleonic Wars, where they then become somewhat of a tactical formation that is sort of aligning to the administrative formation that is. So the Empire doesn't want to give us the initiative on this one. I mean, the light cavalry can, of course, go back and forth, shoot their carbines, then evade us, but we should be able to get out some decent volleys on them anyways. What are they going to do morale-wise? Running right in the face of our mixed formation here? I'm not so sure about that. We will see how it goes. We will see how that goes. So any questions on about Kriegsspiel or about Napoleonic Wars I could potentially answer? So just disclaimer, I'm not a historian who is so I've studied history once upon a time, but despite my interest in Napoleonic Wars, or actually, like, let's say coalitionary wars, because I find the early French Revolutionary Wars maybe even a little bit more interesting than especially the later Napoleonic Wars. I've never really specialized during my studies on the Napoleonic Wars, more like 30 Years War and I mean the social impact of warfare and these kind of things. But I've always had an interest in Napoleonics, and as I have a lot of books about Napoleonic warfare, or this period of history. So I know a little bit about that. And if you have any questions about Kriegsspiel, please let me know. Be happy to answer. And also don't hold back on the Discord server. We have so many folks who are happy to help you out, to explain things. It's really a great community. So, I know bits and pieces about some ancient history, looked into World War II. Okay. Yeah, we have some over the last, I don't know how long that has been going, maybe half a year or so. World War II games as well. And Dave is back.
Very much the same as last time. You're inching up that hill bit by bit. The Russians are kind of skirmishing with you and doing what they can. You do see hints that the Russian cavalry are getting a little bit intimidated by you moving up the hill, and you kind of get a hint that there's less in front of you than before. Start to maybe peel off, but you still hear musket fire and now cannon fire coming from your west. Nothing to the east though. It still remains clear. What do you want to do?
That's a good question. Well, we keep pushing forward. I want the 2 battalions in reserve to get into Mansfelden proper. And I'm wondering whether I should pull the cavalry forward. Well, there isn't really much space for them.
They're ready and eager to do whatever you ask.
Yeah, but there's no space for them to operate. No, they stay put.
Okay.
And that is everything.
Easy as that. Easy as that.
So we still got one of these, but one of them disappeared. So basically we probably destroyed one of the reduced ones and reduced the one that was over here. Now they are sort of continuing their delaying actions, and these are over there, and we continue to push forward slowly. Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. Yeah, and the cavalry wants to get into action. I have received a dispatch from my overall commander. We are currently taking the objective hill for 3rd Division. Large enemy forces at Holzheim, Flacht and Niederneisen. So they are still at Niederneisen. So they're actually still fighting here. Let me get that marked on my map. So there is some sort of enemy formation here, here, and here. Okay. Let me get rid of the arrows. I know that they are supposed to take it. However, I still don't know where Mahmud is, and that drives me crazy. Especially as he has not answered my dispatch yet. Is the courier still running around trying to figure out where he is? Maybe. Still nothing to the east. That if there's only the light Russian cavalry here at Mansfeld and nothing to our east, How comes the Prussians put their supply trains in Nauheim? I need to send another dispatch. Because this is... It's now 7:15. It has taken him half an hour to send this dispatch, which is quite some time, given that he's so close. Anyways. Mansfelden is not occupied. No forces spotted to my east. To take my position to allow me to march on Nauheim. Or is he... Or is 1st Brigade engaged? And need an Eisen as well. So now I am close to Mansfelden. Need to change that in the dispatch. Close to Mansfelden. So that'll be interesting. It appears that, I mean, let's think it through one more time. We got enemy formations along here. De la Perriere didn't say whether these are Habsburg troops or Prussians or whatnot. We have formations up here, and let me go back to the reports from the campaign actually. Let me see. Near Holzheim there are thousands, if not tens of thousands, Prussian troops. Okay, so here we have the Prussians, right? In this area. Let's put down a transparent black marking for them. Well, these are the Prussians. Don't know why they have their supply train there, but there we have the Prussians. Then we have some Russians, and we don't know, maybe that's all that's remaining of the Prussian forces who were crushed by the Marshal. We have those here. Where are the Habsburg troops? That's the big question. Dozens of guns. Yeah, we know that there are formations at the Bucherfeld, here and here. But I mean, why would the Prussians put their supply there unprotected. If they are deployed here. If these are tens of thousands of men, then they are probably the 2 divisions we were facing before. Where are the Baden troops and where are the Habsburg troops? Are the Austrians actually fighting up there? Let me grab yellow and put them down as yellow. Could be, could be. Can get rid of the red circles. Probably like this. So if this is the case, if this is their actual position, and the guard is driving on them from there, the cavalry is keeping them busy here, our infantry is attacking there, then the east is completely open, assumedly. We don't know. Then I definitely need Marmont to take this position, secure Mansfelden, potentially attack Mansfelder Kopf, and allow me to devastate their supply. Maybe next time I'm going to send the cavalry out there anyways. I mean, if there's anything there, they can report back and sort of screen them, but if there's nothing there, if that's actually the rear area here of the enemy formation, then we need to get there and scare the hell out of these guys. Just break their morale and get them running. That would be quite something, wouldn't it? But where the heck is Marmont? Did he just evaporate? Hopefully not. Let's calculate through that. We had 2 Prussian infantry divisions, so that's reasonable for them to be able to cover this amount of ground. That's all right. I think that's all the Prussian forces, unless they have some cavalry around. I don't know. Can't remember if the cuirassiers actually were Prussians or I think they were Baden troops, but anyways. Then we have some Russian forces here. But is that everything that is left from the 2 divisions they faced previously? Not so sure. I guess there's more. Then on the Austrians, we only know about this 1 division that was at Lorheim. There's probably more. Could be that they got through and established a line there. Or there are also Russians over here, potentially. So are we missing anybody? I don't know. Do they have a reserve somewhere? Would be good to find out. But this sort of baffles me. Why do they have... I mean, they still can have sort of troops on the Nauheimer Höhe, but why would they expose their supplies? Doesn't make a lot of sense, right? And if the staff officer went to this hill and he can, with the bare eye, see about 6 squares wide, to at least detect enemy formations or movement, Not, of course, the type of units and not their uniforms and whatnot, but if there would have been anything out there, he should have been able to see them. So that is a surprise. Maybe a chance, maybe a trap. Is it a trap? I don't know. Will we find out? I don't know. I think the next report is coming in. That should be interesting. If Dave's internet connection allows. Yeah, the Zollhaus crossroads over here is also very important. If they wanted to pull away via road, they would need to use these roads to get through Nauheim to the east or take this one down to Kirberg. There's of course the main road, the chaussee that leads to Frankfurt, which we could potentially cut off if we get to the Bergerkirche. But if we could get to the Zollhaus or to Nauheim, I mean, Nauheim is probably equally useful, or at least the Nauheimer Höhe is, to control this area. There's the report. There we have the Habsburg forces. On we go. Cavalry, that is. Six squadrons. There they are. 6 squadrons. And they are here. 6 squadrons of light cavalry. And these 2 battalions have engaged them, while we have pushed back the Russians even further, shattering one of their squadrons about here. These guys are firing, of course. Pow, 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 pow. And these have advanced. Just something like that. Oops. Get me the status marker. This unit is basically out of action. It has been shattered. And the remaining forces are reduced. So reduce this one. This one is here. We got the supposedly what are they called? The Cossacks. So we basically almost managed to destroy this Russian cavalry brigade. I'm here with the supply. Do we need to pull out units over here? I think we start to pull over one more battalion. And that shouldn't be good ground for cavalry anyway, so I'm a bit confused. Where's my channel? There we go. Bit confused. Interesting to see how effectively they can fight in this valley there. I'm not willing to bring up the cavalry for that purpose. Dragoons to countercharge into a creek valley. I don't know about that. Still, the question remains, where is Mahmud? Enemy forces have been beaten at the Platte. Guard cavalry is flanking enemy at Niederneisen. 3rd Division is on hill between the Platte and der Kopf. 3rd Division will be attacking enemy rear with guard cavalry. Yeah, well, the guard cavalry came over to support the attack, so let's see. Enemy forces had been beaten at the Platte, so they were still fighting here.
Okay, Jan. So you're pushing against the Russian cavalry, and then all of a sudden, I think the screenshot is loaded in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, some cavalry appear. Some wild cavalry appear through Mensfelden and basically threatening your right. What do you want to do?
As these are light cavalry attacking deployed battalions, I feel pretty confident. Let me pull out one of the rightmost of the 56 out of the line to support over here. As the Russians aren't really any threat anymore, so terrain shouldn't also not be very good for cavalry to attack there. So yeah, I guess that's it. Should I get my dragoons moving? That's the big question. Yeah, let have them cross the creek to the east. Get on that road and then move along the road in the direction of the crossroads there east of Mansfelden and threaten the enemy rear. And give me reports of any enemy movement to the east or north if they detect anything. I know should be a Prussian supply depot at Nauheim. But other than that, do we have...
So is this the dragoons you're talking about?
Yes, that's the dragoons.
Yeah. So you want them to just so I'm clear, come up the trail and to Mensfeld.
No, have them cross the creek where they are to the east, and then take that trail on the other side, and move along that trail, then turn to the northwest and threaten the enemy rear at Mensfelden there.
Gotcha.
Do we have any sight on Mahmoud's formation, that is 1st Brigade, 1st Division?
You see woods to the west of you, and that's about it.
Well, that's okay, a mystery then. Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. They were supposed to be on my left flank. Where are they now? Where are they now? See, like this is Kriegsspiel, right? They were supposed to be there, but I don't know where they are, and they haven't replied to any of my dispatches so far. So, and apparently the overall commander doesn't know either, otherwise he would have included an answer in his dispatches. Now, do I send another dispatch informing the overall commander about the Habsburg hussars already? Or do I give him a break? I will send another one. Another one bites the dust. It's 7:30 in the morning. And that should be really an issue of minutes to deliver this one, because De La Perrière is now at hill between my position and Niederneisen. That's where he wanted to go. I'm close to Mansfelden. Russian light cavalry almost completely broken. Habsburg light cavalry brigade appeared from Zollhaus. Standing dragoons to flank them. Still no word from Mahmud. Well, we gotta figure out where 1st Brigade is. We really gotta figure out where 1st Brigade is. Kulzafratz said I should inform him. Yes. We agree on that. I did decide to do that. Also, you know, he's the overall commander, so he needs to get the information from all his subordinates to have the full picture of what's going on. On the other side, as a subordinate commander, you need to know like which information is important for your commander to know and when to send it. I've now sent a dispatch like every turn, so I need to reduce the frequency of dispatches clearly, because I am sort of drowning my commander with information he has to go through and to process, and he's getting information about what's going on to his front, where the combat is happening, where he's trying to coordinate this sort of combat situation, where he's trying to coordinate the artillery, and he's also trying to coordinate with the cavalry wing to his left, so to the west. So is this really important right now for him to know? I mean, sort of kinda probably not. Could probably have waited another turn to let him know about this. What really starts to worrying me is Mahmud. Where is 1st Brigade? They were supposed to just go cross the creek here slowly, get to this crossroads, and then either support here or support there. And as there is nothing going on to the east, they would take my position here at Mansfelden to allow me to push onwards to the crossroads and to Nauheim and threaten the enemy rear. That would be a very important move, because that could have a massive morale impact on the enemy formation. You need to remember that losses, I mean, like during the Napoleonic Wars, and that's, I mean, it's still true today, but probably because the way combat happens, like, has changed so dramatically from then to today, of course. But morale is such a big factor in battles. During the Napoleonic Wars, combat losses are surprisingly low. You would assume that when you have the popular image of two brigades deployed in line facing each other and then firing volley after volley after volley, that hundreds and thousands and I don't know, tens of thousands must have died in every battle. But that is actually not true, because the soldiers And also I mean, in every movie you get the very famous, like, sort of melee, close combat, bayonet charge situation. That almost never happened during the Napoleonic Wars. Of course, there were formations charging. I mean, that's what the French army is so popular, also so well known for, is their aggressive assault column tactics, which before were used by the Prussians and all the others as well. But when you have an aggressive tactic, it all depends on morale. Even if you charge in, almost never do you find a situation. I think you can count the situations in which both sides entered melee voluntarily with one hand during the whole of the Revolutionary Wars and Napoleonic Wars. One side will break before contact is even made. So either the defender, it depends on, does the defender hold their fire long enough so that the attacker gets scared to get into effective range and sort of falters and holds or breaks and retires? Or do the defenders lose their nerves and start firing early, or just break and run away, of course? Because if they fire early, that allows the attacker, who is not under effective fire, to commence their attack, and actually then the defender, who is firing and seeing that their fire doesn't have any serious impact on the enemy, gets scared as hell and breaks. And that's long before contact is made. Of course, then sort of if you keep running and running and running, you will eventually run down the enemy and poke them with their bayonet, of course. But it's not that, like, as in the movies where both sides are running up to each other with their bayonets. That's not what happened. Unless they are in, like, rough ground, that's sort of a surprise situation, you know, where, oh, we are stumbling out of these woods. Surprisingly, there's an enemy formation right in front of us. Let's just charge, because that's the only thing we can do in this situation. So morale is such a big factor during the Napoleonic Wars. Whole brigades break and flee when surprised by a single battalion that's coming from a direction they didn't see it coming from, you know. So always keep that in mind. What the hell? Hussars? Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Need to move someone to... Okay, apparently the light cavalry did their hussar thing and overran my position. Hooray. Which I think is not very realistic, because those are experienced men and the cavalry is riding right in front of... It's light cavalry riding right in front of deployed formations. But hey, if the Empire fancies so, we gotta live with that, unfortunately. So the Russians have disintegrated. They are gone. We have shattered those guys as well. So that's good news. Bad news is this here. And apparently there is now a whole, which we didn't see before, a whole infantry brigade at Mansfelden. However, I mean, I don't know how it got there, but there you have it. Commanders back here. Well, that will be something to discuss in the aftermath, I guess. It is like this right now. So in my opinion, the light cavalry should not have been able to break these battalions deployed in line on a hill, overseeing their position coming out of the cavalry coming out of a valley, and these sort of things that should not have been possible, but that's how it is, and that's what we have to deal with now. So they are like so. So the Russian brigade is broken. And I need to send another dispatch now, although I didn't want to. Don't know how they were able to deploy that quickly their infantry in Mansfelden as well, so... Where is Mahmud? Austrian brigade deployed in Mansfelden. Where's Mahmud? Well, that's unfortunate. How? So the squares will stand unless... Yeah, now we are sort of in a bad spot, because if the infantry decides to attack us, the squares are in a bad spot. So I actually need to stop this cavalry movement and have them support my position and attack the flank immediately here to relieve these guys and get them out of squares again. Good news is that we've destroyed the Russians, but that won't give us much. Hmm. Ha ha ha. Let's see what Dave, he's still giving reports, but let's see what Dave is going to tell us about that. Where the hell is Marmont? So basically all comes down, I think, to where 1st Brigade is.
So yeah.
Yeah, what happened there?
Yeah, so it was a very unlucky roll of the dice, and they have come at you with their light cavalry and completely smashed 2 blocks of the 56th, while the rest of your men frantically get into square and try and rescue whatever they can. Looks like the light cavalry have captured your supplies, and you're pretty much stuck in this position. Whether your courier managed to get out with that last message, we don't know.
Well, if I can get someone to the Dragoons counter orders, they need to charge the light cavalry flank immediately.
No worries.
Guess there's nothing else I can do.
I would say not.
So there you have it. Not very immersive, but that's the truth. So sometimes you're just not lucky, and that sort of simulates combat situations, right? So from my point of view, I was pretty sure that having 2 experienced battalions with a 3rd coming in to support, deployed uphill on a slope, with cavalry coming at them through difficult terrain, because I mean they were crossing this run here, which is going through Mansfelden, and I assume this area here, that is wooded area probably. We see some sort of, I don't know, walls or smaller roads or what down there. Might even be ditches, I don't know. So that's even if it looks like clear terrain, that's obviously not clear terrain. This is clear terrain where we are at. So cavalry coming out of this sort of terrain, having to form up and then charge against 2 experienced deployed lines frontally, like into the barrels of their muskets, that's not going to happen, right? That was my assumption. Now, for whatever reason, however, the enemy did manage to form up and charge me. So that's a sort of surprise to me, of course, and coming from an abstract view and the experience or the knowledge I have from Napoleonic combat, I would say that should not happen. However, combat is a very how do you say, contingency is a huge factor in combat, as in reality, in all aspects of reality, and these sort of things happen, and they happened historically. Like, the exception from the rule basically is the rule, right? So yeah, I might be annoyed that this happened, that they routed, that I took losses, that my brigade supply was overrun. well, that's how things went, I guess. For whatever reason, maybe these were intimidated by whatever and then gave ground, and the hussars did their hussar thing and just charged in. That could have happened. It might not be as plausible as another outcome, but there you have it. Now we gotta deal with that. And I'm getting really concerned about where Mahmoud is. If he's not anywhere near, if he got, I don't know, mixed in this situation there, then we got issues. As I said, because these guys are now forced into squares, and with infantry here, the squares can be broken open easily. If there's enemy artillery around, then we have a bad day, certainly. So the hope lies now with the dragoons that either my courier arrives at them and they turn around and countercharge the enemy here, which would be through rough ground across a run, which shouldn't be going too well, but having the enemy disrupted already by moving through the terrain and charging might help in this situation, and just a sort of surprise situation of putting a full brigade of dragoons in their flank might help. Or, I mean, the umpires also sort of are botting formations. Of course, there are commanders in this formation of blocks in these squadrons who would witness what's going on there and who would be able to sort of make their own judgment call whether to follow this order to move around or just turn around and say, whoa, our overall commander needs support, let's get in there quickly. So these are my hopes, and then hopefully Mahmoud will show up sooner than later. But apparently we know now where the Habsburg forces are, right? Although with a completely fresh brigade of light cavalry, that should be another formation. It cannot be the one we had at Lurheim. Yeah, now I'm also wondering whether the infantry just moved in over the last 15 minutes or whether we just couldn't see them previously. Which could be, of course, there are so many buildings and all that stuff. But let me get my browser and take a look at Mansfelden. So Google Maps. And then we go Mansfelden. If that still exists, and if... Yeah, Limburg an der Lahn, there we have it. So this is Mansfelden. And now let me grab a satellite view, please. And that's interesting. The woods actually still exist. So let me put this here and let me get the display capture on so that you can actually see what I'm doing here. So let me move this one over slightly and get up Google Maps again so that we can see where we are at. So apparently this is Mansfelden today. We still got these woods on the Mansfelder Kopf, which is here in this area, which is interesting. And we have down here south is the Mühlbach. So this is the Mühlbach we are crossing. And now can we see this area? No, not really, because it's built over. It's built over. So this is probably the Mühlenteich. That is the Mühlbach. Very tiny thing because nobody is using these kind of mills anymore. So okay, so nowadays it's all pretty open terrain. It might even be flattened. Do we have is there a view around from a tower or something? Yes. Ah, that's beautiful. Okay. So that's Mansfeld. Mansfeld is actually on sort of on a hill, so they probably expanded the village to in the direction of that Zoll house. Okay. And over there, this is the Mansfelder Kopf then. This area here, there we see the woods here. And here it goes slightly down, but we cannot actually see the terrain too well. Can we have, let's see, is there another point where we can put the figure, drop it. We go here. We got a nice drone shot. Ah, cool. So again, Mansfelder Kopf, the woods. And then we should, and actually this road, it's still the same road you see here. Still the same road. And this is here the Mühlenbach. You can follow this tree line here. That should be the Mühlenbach, I think. Or is it in here? Could even be this little one. But I assume it's that one. So we are now somewhere here. But it doesn't really provide any information of how this terrain could have looked like back in the day. If it was that open, then a cavalry attack, still a frontal attack still doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because which soldier and which horse is going to happily run into a concentrated volley? But not impossible, certainly, to get that going in an orderly fashion. That's mostly my point. However, we don't know how this looked like back in the day. So interesting. I always find it interesting to take a look at these kind of things, and I mean, if you cannot go there yourself, then at least take a look at Google Maps and see if there is some drone shot or whatever panorama view you can get. Yeah, but anyways, this is the sort of terrain we are currently in. What did I want to look up? There was something I wanted to look up now. I wanted to see if there is a historical drawing, but I got another report, I think. Yeah, now we are in the spot I didn't want to be in. Wow. We are overrun now by these infantry battalions. No big surprise, huh? They are going in, they are bringing up artillery. Well, that's the worst outcome we could have had. These guys are shattered. That really is the worst. I guess I will give general order to just get out and run into these woods and reform in the woods. This is a shocker. Don't like how this is going. And you see, this one situation of these two battalions breaking or routing even, that sort of doomed the whole command. Oh god. Is the reason the cavalry brigade and the Hellas I was watching? Well, I gave them the order to actually cross over and move behind the enemy before I knew that there was infantry. So they had the order to go like so and threaten the enemy rear. I sent out when these two battalions routed, I sent orders to revert and countercharge, but I don't know whether this courier even arrived or where they currently are. I mean, if they are still in a good position to hit the enemy rear anyways, if they go around there. But, you know, they are somewhere here. Not quite sure where exactly. They could relieve us somewhat, but having lost 2 battalions already is pretty bad. And we still don't know where Mahmoud's brigade is. He should have been here a long time ago. So yeah, I guess all I can do is now make the man do what a human being would do. Run to preserve my command. Run into the woods and reform in the woods, and then form a defensive line here to cover the flank of the overall commander. And I don't know, pray to the gods of war that Mahmoud is somewhere and actually showing up to relieve me. Dave.
Hello. Sorry, I have picked up a number of other people as umpires have help and what have you.
Yeah.
But it's a real mess. It's a real mess. Squares are getting beaten up by advancing enemy infantry.
Yeah.
Coming in from the north at Mansfeld. Men are dying all around. You look to the east and to those woods there, and no help is coming by the looks of things. What are your orders?
Well, so I can't reach the cavalry. They are either coming back and charge onto the flank, or they are going to hopefully hit the enemy rear. And I don't know where Mahmoud is, who should have been here hours ago. So I will make my men do what a human being would do. We gonna run into the woods and reform in the woods. Just everybody save your life now.
Fair enough.
Well, there you have it. There you have it. That's very, very unfortunate how this went, especially because I was able to in a very, very dramatic previous battle able to preserve my command almost completely. I think we lost 200 men or whatnot, but de la Perriere is not going to be happy with this. And I mean, the thing also is, I mean, so the Le Perrier said before the battle, don't let yourself be drawn into a combat you cannot win, right? But the thing is, that actually wasn't happening, huh? You know, I was facing this light Russian brigade, which we managed to shatter completely. And then out of a sudden, the enemy cavalry appeared, which I'm also not sure why we didn't see them further. As I said, you can see 6 square movement in a range of 6 squares easily, so without binoculars or telescopes or whatnot. So we should probably have been able to see them earlier. Also, that there is infantry coming from somewhere moving into Mansfelden should probably have been detected earlier, although I can see once you're at least sort of when they came from the north, then we might have been sort of screened by the combat going on here, by the cavalry and our formations, by the combat smoke and all that, and the noise and what have you. But the cavalry came from a flank where nothing was going on, so why didn't we see them? And then we got this very, very unlucky combat outcome, which I still think is not what should have happened, but it did. So out of a sudden, the whole position is faltering, and with the fact that Mahmud is not where he was supposed to be, this could actually prove to be disastrous. Sure, Zarek, thanks for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed that, and see you very soon in another stream, or especially in a game. You know, just don't shy away. Just jump right in. You got to learn a lot by just playing. So now it sort of depends on what the Dragoons do. They could actually use this development to their advantage and cry havoc on the enemy. If you have certainly coming a brigade coming of enemy cavalry in your rear, you just gotta run. Or Mahmud is showing up eventually. I don't know. My commander hasn't replied, so that's really unfortunate. Really, really unfortunate. Well. Yeah, let's hope we gotta be able to reform in some fashion in the woods. They protect us from cavalry and they sort of, provide some cover against the infantry. And then we just deploy skirmishers all around. I think another report is coming in soon. seems to take some time for the screenshots Dave is sending me to upload on his end, because I can see him typing and then it takes still some time for the picture to show up. What a horrible situation we're in. What a horrible situation. I feel like, so I'm not going to blame Otto for anything, but I feel like sometimes, and I have the feeling that in Otto's game that's often the case. I don't know if at all if he was the one who made any decisions in this sector, but I often, and it's also true for other umpires, of course, so it's nothing personal, just an observation, that sometimes the sort of recon visual range is neglected. So, but I think Dave is back. There you are.
So, 2 blocks make it to the woods. They're very tired. They're, very demoralized as you look back down across the hill to the east and see that some of your men are surrendering, some of your men are breaking. It's a terrible sight. And then you spot a straggler. He says he's from the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Division. And he kind of bumps into you and says, "Oh, my battalion is all headed north. We've taken the Mansfield de Kopf." But you're probably not very happy with that information. But what do you want to do now? He actually says that the Perrier can be found to the east.
To the east?
To the west, sorry, to the west.
Okay.
The Perrier can be found to the west.
And does he know where 1st Brigade, 1st Division is?
He does not.
Where the hell did they go? I don't know, address some very nice words to my battalion commanders and order them to get the men together, deploy some skirmishers along the woods here, and I will personally ride over to Perrier and talk to him.
Well, okay. You got it.
Thank you. So far we got 2 battalions with quite some losses out of the situation. I don't know. They won't be able to hold off a whole brigade of Austrian infantry there, but I mean, if we win the battle, it will hopefully be all good. Or something like that. So they have pushed through and taken Mansfelder Kopf, which is great, but I still don't know where 1st Brigade is. If this guy from 2nd Brigade, 3rd Division does not know where 1st Brigade is, now I am really getting concerned. Did they defect? Did they switch sides? Did the aliens came and beamed them away? I don't know. It's great that we made progress here, but with the flank dissolved, This is a horrible sight.
Hey, Jan!
Hello.
I was just about to type out another dispatch to you.
Yeah, which
Okay.
probably would never arrive.
I'll give you a quick rundown here. I don't know if you have a screenshot that shows all of this. You may have.
I have a screenshot that shows the other mess.
Okay. We have taken Niedernissen, and we have surrounded an enemy infantry force in Flacht with the cavalry and one brigade from 3rd Division of infantry.
Mm-hmm.
We've taken Mansfeld der Kopf,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm moving the artillery
Mm-hmm.
over to that hill, to Mansfeld der Kopf,
Mm-hmm.
as we speak. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I do not know what the situation. You told me that Mansfelden has fallen.
Yeah. So first of all, I'd like to know, where's Marmont? Where's 1st Brigade?
Marmont apparently got disconnected or whatever, so he disappeared. So he got ill, quote unquote.
And his brigade decided to sit and have a coffee or what?
Apparently there was confusion amongst the umpires, and they put somebody else in charge of 1st Cavalry Brigade, and then there was confusion as to who was running that brigade, that infantry brigade as well.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had no idea that Marmont was not around. So I thought he was over there doing what he was supposed to be doing, and it turned out he was, he had essentially disappeared. So he is now, after getting that sorted out and getting it back under control, he is now on Der Kopf with the other brigade from the 3rd Division.
Uh-huh. Because I was, very concerned that he did never appear on my left flank.
Yeah. He's now on that hill.
Yeah, and so the problem is with this situation, what happened was we pushed away and basically shattered a complete brigade of Russian light cavalry.
Mm-hmm.
Once, out of a sudden, a fresh brigade of Habsburg cavalry appeared on our flank and miraculously charged out of broken ground into the barrels of deployed experienced battalions and overran them.
Oh, geez.
Which allowed then a Austrian infantry brigade, which out of a sudden appeared in Mansfelden, allowed to charge the squares that were deployed fighting the Russians.
Oh no.
Which then means I have basically 2 reduced battalions in the woods to the east left who are trying to sort their men and deploy in skirmish lines or whatever to block the roads there.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure where the cavalry brigade currently is. They were supposed to circle around to the east and then get in from the east, so to say, in the flank of the enemy at Mansfelden. So potentially they charged the enemy rear, I don't know. Because there was nothing to the east, they scouted that.
Okay.
Yeah, but without the support from Marmont, my command has
been tore up.
Yeah, ceased to exist.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know where 1st Cavalry Brigade is. I will. Let's see. I have 2 infantry brigades on this hill at the Kopf. So. So is the last the enemy is still at Mansfelden, right?
Right. So
there's still enemy forces there.
We were still sort of south of Mansfelden and then running west to the woods, and had an angle deployed on our right with 2 battalions facing these roads.
Okay.
And the enemy cavalry basically came east of Mansfelden through that valley there and charged uphill against these battalions. And then we had this one infantry brigade coming up in Mansfelden, the enemies, and they are in the process of running down the remaining squares just outside of Mansfelden there.
Okay, well, I can, let's see. I will send...
Yeah, and first cavalry is, I don't know, either about to charge the rear of the enemy there at Mansfelden or operating on the flank.
Okay. I'm going to dispatch, actually, why don't you take one of these infantry brigades, take the 1st Brigade of 1st Division, our brigade, and march on Mansfelden.
Sure, can do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you on the left, on our left, we have had massive success.
That's
we
good.
are we're completely rolling their flank along the river towards Flacht and Holzheim. So basically, if we're able to hold at Der Kopf and can retake Mansfelden, yeah, this could turn into a really major victory. And if we smash those Austrians that are at Mansfelden, if it's possible for us to get... Well, you said there's nothing at Nauheim? There's nothing to the east?
Yeah, so we had the report that at Nauheim there's their supply, but scouting to the east in the direction of Nesbach, there was nothing.
Okay, so they probably pulled those guys out. Okay, so yeah, let's retake Mansfelden.
Okay.
And if we can hold this line from Der Kopf to Mansfelden, the battle's going to be won on our left, going towards Holzheim.
Do we have any word from Renault about the attack of the Guard?
I have nothing from them, so I don't know what's going on to the north. If he's being successful, this could turn into a total disaster for the coalition. If he's not, then we need to be prepared to fall back to our starting locations.
Yeah.
But for today, if we roll them all the way up to Holzheim, this is going to look pretty ugly for them. So at least the way it looks on my map. So.
Okay.
Okay. All right, sir. If you'll take the 1st Brigade, 1st Division.
Yes.
And if you want, you can take a battalion from the other brigade.
By the
if
way,
you need
I
it
heard
to
that
support
you've been asking where's the 1st Brigade for the 1st Division. I think in the battle report it says after the Battle of Nauheim, the battle report that I sent after the Battle of Nauheim to that both of the 1st Brigades of the divisions got destroyed and were consolidated into the other brigades.
Yeah, that's true, but I mean, in the pre-battle planning, we had them coming
reorganized,
reorganized and coming up on my left flank. I mean, the blocks are there, so, but they never appeared. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's my error. I should have not had them in the in your module. They're not on the umpire table, so you don't have to worry about. But yeah, that's my error. They're not in the battle briefing, though, right? I don't think they are. No.
Wait, let me take a look at that.
Yeah, there's 1st and 3rd Divisions, 1st Brigade, but
I think that might be an error then, or at least not aligned to the reports we had previously.
Well, I took Otto. I took the one remaining brigade from 2nd Division, and I put it into the 1st Division.
Yeah, I saw you do that. I just didn't do that because it's so complicated. So.
Well, I just eliminated 2nd Division, and everything that had been remaining of 2nd Division became 1st Brigade, 1st Division. So
yeah, I didn't do that. I wrote in the beginning of the campaign that you can't really change the setup of divisions. Really, you can order them around like you want on the battle map, but you can't change the name of the divisions or brigades, because that just makes things too overcomplicated for me.
Okay. So, all right. Let me see here.
Yeah, well then it's second.
I've got
division, second brigade.
This is very confusing because now I have 2 brigades up here.
Yeah. It's just that this is still second brigade, second division.
Oh man. All right. Okay. Very good. I hate to leave this hill. And still we don't know where 1st Brigade Cavalry is.
Yeah, somewhere to the east.
All right. When my artillery gets up on the hill, take this infantry brigade and retake Mensfelden.
Yep.
We'll hold the hill with the horse artillery.
All right.
Jeez. Okay, I'm moving around units that don't exist apparently. So, what is this? 1945? I'm moving around things on a map that don't actually exist.
Yeah.
When Steiner attacks, you will see. Oh my god. That's all right. The other brigade of infantry, which does exist, I know it exists. Okay, is it would be nice to have them up here to help guard this hill, but quite honestly, where they are going, they're going to be of more value.
You still got the small brigade, right? Which the 2nd or 3rd division.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, on my screenshot here, I see multiple blocks here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, there should be 4 reduced and 7 full strength.
Okay.
Is that not the case?
I suppose we could leave the 4 reduced with the artillery on the Kopf, and you can take the 7 full.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, let's do that.
Yeah, because these
and
7...
if you want, I can also dispatch one of these artillery batteries to go with you.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, they are horse artillery. If you need them back, you can just order them back.
Yeah, they're pretty mobile, so you might be able to use them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll do that. Yeah, I don't know. That's
very unfortunate
chaotic.
that these kind of things happen because of administration hiccups.
Yes, it is. Well, it's just like when I thought we were already at our starting location of the plot, and it turned out we were not. And we actually had to fight to take the plot.
Mm-hmm.
There was a brigade of Bavarians sitting on it, or marching up it, just as we came in, but we hit it with all of, 2 brigades, plus plus some cavalry, plus the guard cavalry, and we just annihilated it. That's why you've got all in my screenshot. You can't see it, but there's 3 squadrons of enemy cavalry and 2 battalions of enemy infantry that are prisoners over here on the map.
Nice.
So we wiped that group out, and what was left of it, was running back towards Mensfeld. Mensfeld der Kopf. So that went really well, and then their infantry crossed the river. The enemy infantry crossed the river at Flacht, right at the beginning. They crossed the river, ran right into our cavalry that were there.
Yeah.
Yes. Who do we have now?
Darn, it is with us.
Oh, really? Where? How? It should be.
How?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello. Why are
Hey,
you here?
I'm going over to Marmont to see what on earth is going on. Since I thought the situation in Flocht should be pretty handled.
Well, apparently Marmont doesn't exist.
What?
Yeah. Apparently Marmont never existed.
Well, he did, but the player dropped, and there was a major hiccup with the.
Oh yeah, I'm Marmont, basically.
No, you were commanding a force that didn't exist. It was a ghost army.
No, you were you were commanding a different brigade.
Yeah.
Well,
But
it's
anyway,
whatever brigade that is.
yeah. Well, it's okay. We have it, and Bertrand's going to take it to go retake Mansfelden. So you can go rejoin the brigade that's going up towards Holzheim, Flacht and Holzheim. Okay.
All right. Sorry about that. I just kind of.
No sweat.
Well, it's good to touch base anyway, and the situation in Flocht is more or less stable as last time I checked.
Okay. They have them. They had them surrounded, so I don't think those guys are going anywhere, right?
Yeah. Well, I think I sent you a dispatch earlier, but I sent the 2nd Brigade of the 1st Division up because I think there was some confusion, and I meant to send that force up to threaten the Bavarians anyway, but that's more or less the only change at Flocht.
Okay. Very good. If we can force those guys to surrender, we're really moving.
Oh yeah. Well, I already sent them a dispatch asking them, "Hey, surrender, or you're not going to like what happens afterwards."
Yeah, my guess is they won't do it, but
Oh no. Well, it's as soon as we thrust back the Bavarians, which should not take very long, then we should be able to turn the guns on Flocht, and after a round or two, they should surrender.
we've already taken Der Kopf.
Sorry, what?
We've already taken Der Kopf. While you were gone, we took it.
I was gone for 15 minutes.
It was long enough. we took it.
I was under the expectation that Marmont's going to take forever to get through the woods, and I might as well check on him, and then it's just...
Yeah, we already took the hill. I mean, some of these forces are moving at the speed of armored regiments.
Hey, no complaints here. Actually, it's not that big, so I guess you can march 1 kilometer and...
New screenshot.
Uh-oh.
Okay, well, forget what I said a little while ago. We have...
We had 1 job.
Where are all these battalions?
Who are these red guys?
Did the British really arrive? We were joking.
Who are these guys? I have no idea who they belong to. I can't read the stupid little things.
Yeah, let me see if I can figure that out.
Prince Frederick?
Oh, okay. Well, I have the 2nd Brigade moving up anyway, so you guys will we'll get 4 more battalions.
Oh, good deal. All right. Yeah, bring them up. We're going to need them. We've got Bavarians to our northwest, or somebody. Looks like Bavarians.
I'm kind of glad
And then we've got a very large force coming at us from the northeast. So they're all headed towards us.
Should we withdraw then, or no? Because we can't withdraw because of Flocht.
Oh, this is not a happy sight. Two of our battalions on the hill need to reload.
Yeah, but that should be all right. They have supplies there. So it looks to me like these 7 battalions here on the hill, these are all second brigade, 2nd division, which we renamed to be 1st Brigade 1st Division, but anyways. Where then is the 2nd Brigade of 3rd Division?
They're heading up. There's some, I'm going to call it order confusion,
Okay, yeah.
where the 2nd Brigade accidentally went with the 1st Brigade of 3rd Division to flocked. We do have 2 units of guard cavalry that are not committed that we can move up here. I've got 3rd Brigade, 2nd Brigade of 3rd Division moving up here, and we have cavalry, I believe, to our east that is not occupied, right?
The 1st Brigade, but we can't contact them. Do you have? You're seeing the same screenshot I am, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna defend this hill. I'm bringing the artillery up.
Okay. Well, we withdraw to the wood line.
Can we hold this hill until the artillery gets up there?
Well, every single Bavarian regiment you see in front of you has routed before, so their morale should be pretty low. Okay. And the red forces appear to be doing even worse that the 3 forces are going up against, and so it looks like they are not that experienced.
All right, we're going to hold this hill. I'm bringing and Dave's already here with us, so he can hear this. Need to get my artillery up to Jakov, get them up that road, and get them online so that they can support the infantry to defend that hill. We've got all those forces that are there are going to be used to defend this hill.
Okay.
Everything you see in that screenshot, plus my artillery, which is coming up.
Well, I guess then I will be moving back into the woods and see what I can do to the remainder of my men.
Okay. All right. Salvage your boys.
Oh.
Poor Jan.
I'm a bit sad about that.
I know. He was all on his own out on the wing.
These 7 battalions on this hill were supposed to be on my left flank.
Oh man.
Is this all? I'm going to call it Marmont because I've been calling it Marmont all game, even though it's not Marmont.
Yeah.
Is this all Marmont's brigade or is it Jan's brigade here as well?
No, that's Marmont's brigade.
No. Yeah, it's all Marmont.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, Marmont should be able to hold for at least a turn or 2.
He better.
So that should be enough.
He needs to dig in on that hill, hold it, and die there if he has to.
Yeah. I'm guessing Bertrand, you're in charge of him now.
That was what we planned until we saw these new brigades coming up.
Yeah, that changed everything. We were going to try to retake Mensfelden, but we're not going to bother with that right now.
What happened to our 2 friendly units of cavalry that were here?
I have no idea. I don't see them anymore. So they probably run off to go rejoin the guard.
Well, then we can probably call them back then, and they'll be back here soon enough. But we should have about 4 units of uncommitted cavalry near Flacht. Unless the cavalry commander is doing a flanking maneuver on the Prussian forces in front of him.
I don't know, but we need to take out Flacht if we can. We need to get those guys to surrender. We don't want to attack it, obviously. But if we can free up those forces there, it'll make a big difference.
I think if we send a battery to Flacht, that would help. But because I can't pound them with anything, so we're just kind of staring and looking at each other.
All right, I may do that if we're able to hold.
Yeah. Well, I think we'll only need 3 batteries up here anyway, and that should do plenty damage.
I want to make sure of this position first. Then we'll worry about the guys in Flacht. They're not going anywhere.
It'll be a 10 versus 11 fight, not including the artillery, once the 2nd Brigade of 3rd Division gets there.
Okay.
So this will only look bad for a turn.
Sometimes that can be enough.
Uh,
Yeah,
the Bavarians are
let me
not
tell you.
going to be the ones pushing. So
Wo ist Steiner?
I'll get there. Give me a second.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Well, honestly, if the Bavarians advance, I'm going to be hitting them in the flank. So it might be a good thing to withdraw a bit.
I'm guessing they're going to stand off. They're right now. They're just using their artillery.
Yeah.
So they're probably just going to stand off out there.
I could just suicide charge the artillery.
No, I don't think so.
Alright.
Not at this point. Let's not go insane. If we break this attack on us, I don't know what he's got behind him, but if we break this attack here, this could be their last gasp on this side.
Yeah. Well, it's the fact that we haven't seen these guys at all tells me that they've been in a deep reserve. Because they haven't seen any combat, I guess. Well, they haven't seen any combat, and they already have 2 units that have taken hits. Versus when they outnumber us by 1 battalion. So we could just be rolling well, but to me that says they're not as experienced as our troops. So I don't know, this is just a theory, and I'm trying not to panic.
Mhm.
Yeah, don't panic. No need to panic.
So I think the red units we see might be Württembergers. Does that make sense at this point?
Well, they're not any good.
Well, it's Frederick. So it's like Prince Frederick. Friedrich.
Yeah, I'm not sure when did they switch sides.
Nick sent me his Oh, there we go. Hey, Nick.
So, did you get a report?
I've gotten the screenshot, but I haven't gotten a written report yet.
Well, okay, so you move from Flacht to the hill where you are now located, and when you arrive, well, you can see that you have an enemy division attacking now the hill where you are located, and on your left, meaning to the west, you can see that your infantry is being fired upon by enemy artillery to the north.
Is that the 2nd Division of the 3rd? Second Brigade of the 3rd Division? Or is that the Marmont, who is not Marmont?
To your, it's both are Marmont.
Ah, okay. Where's the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Division?
Second Brigade, 3rd Division. So one apart is sorry. Now I have a doubt. It's the one that should move along the river, right?
Yeah. Okay.
The stream. Yes.
Yeah.
The stream. Okay. So well, they are. It seems you cannot see them from where you are at the moment. Yeah.
Ah, okay. So I probably can't see Flocked either. Alright. I'm gonna have my 1st Brigade continue holding at Flocked, watching the Prussians. My 2nd Brigade, also the 3rd Division, will continue their advance towards the Bavarians, and Bertrand's in charge of the force on Durkov right now.
Okay. And what do? You stay where you are?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
No problem. I would go back to Flocked, but I don't know if the road is open, and being captured would be really awkward.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've already lost 1 commander.
Wait, what? How?
In the first battle, don't you remember? One of our
Oh,
guys got killed.
it wasn't one of my guys. I was in my own battle in Mittenwald.
No, it was the. It was. Wasn't it? Wasn't it a second division brigade commander or something, or second division division commander?
Division commander, even, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever actually met up with him. So.
Well, you won't get the chance now unless you can. Unless you can do a séance.
That was also a pretty inconvenient situation where basically a complete division marched blindly into an enemy mass battery.
Mm.
Well, we've got our own mass battery coming up, so we might have the reverse of that.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, I would love to empty some canister into those guys at point blank range. That would be awesome.
But we also need to beware that there might be Austrian infantry coming through the woods at some point.
That is a possibility that that they come out of Mensfelden.
No.
I thought Mensfelden was already taken.
No, it was, and then it wasn't. So this is apparently their counterattack.
Jeez. What are the commanders on the far east saying? Or they haven't reported in?
Well, that's me.
Bertrand, he's right here.
Oh. Wait, what happened to your guys' Bertrand?
Yeah, well, with Marmont not showing up on my left flank, I pushed a Russian light cavalry brigade quite effectively, or completely shattered them actually. And then being there deployed, out of a sudden a completely fresh Habsburg cavalry brigade appeared on my flank. And charged overly lucky deployed formations and overran them. And when that happened, a not so fresh Habsburg infantry brigade appeared in Mensfelden and charged my squares. So I don't know if there are more than 2 battalions who got out of this situation. The cavalry is roaming around somewhere. I'm not quite sure if they actually managed to hit the enemy rear. I'm sure I'm gonna see something if that happened. I'm moving back to that position down there. Or they attacked the flank. I don't know if my last message to them got through, so.
Well, I literally got Mormont on turn 2, because the guy who was in charge of Mormont, I know I keep calling him Mormont, but it's not Mormont.
Yeah.
But the guy in charge of that division just wasn't communicating with the umpires at all.
Mm-hmm.
So then I got control of it, and so I just kind of I was going to try and move them further to the east, but I wasn't exactly sure where they were supposed to go, so I just, yeah.
Yeah, they were supposed to be at the crossroads there at the border of the woods, but I don't know if that would have changed much. I mean, I would have had my brigade to deploy against that cavalry, but I don't know. I was of the opinion anyway that experienced line infantry information would be able to repose charging light cavalry who was just running into the barrels of their musket, but apparently not.
Were you actually in the town when they charged you?
No. We weren't yet in the town.
Okay. I was going to say,
just at the
cavalry
outskirts.
charging into a town would have been yeah, that would really be insane.
So we're not doing well in the east.
Nope.
We're doing tremendously well with Flacht, and we have no reports from the north.
Yeah, but with the situation,
pretty much with the situation, yeah.
Yeah, with the situation in the east, I mean, I don't know how far we can continue the push, even if we break this counterattack here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think we're going anywhere from this hill at this point. I think we're stuck here, and the battle's going to have to be won off to the west.
Well, that was the whole situation anyway. The surrounding of Prussian infantry and Flocked.
Yeah,
and pushing up the score was a bonus.
we've achieved far more than the intent, the original idea. A lot more than I thought that we were going to be able to. So, yeah, I'm so far pretty pleased as long as we can hold this hill.
Well, actually, Simonowski should be getting reports from the Guard Cavalry that's on our west, and the Guard Cavalry should be getting reports from the Marshal, but I haven't gotten anything.
They're just not forwarding them on to me.
I'll you want me to write him a dispatch because he's my he's technically my division commander.
Well, you can ask him ask him what the situation is at Flacht and if he's heard anything from the from the battle in the north.
Well, I guess the fact that they're only really throwing piecemeal stuff at us, so they've got this one extra brigade, and they got the variants who are basically not actually combat capable. And that's all that's holding us here.
We will see. We will see what happens here.
Well, the biggest threat now is Austrian cavalry approaching from the east, as you said.
If they do, we're gonna turn this hill into the Alamo.
Where's the first Guard cavalry, by the way?
That's what.
Not the first, not the Guard cavalry. Sorry, the first cavalry that was supposed to be on the far east.
We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know exactly whether they hit the enemy flank already or not.
It's entirely. I mean, it's possible that they're hitting that cavalry that's at Mansfelden or outside of Mansfelden now. We don't know.
Yeah, they were ordered to circle around and get behind the enemy, so hopefully they did.
Good.
All right, I guess based on my screenshot, I gotta leave you. Good luck, gentlemen.
All right. Luck.
So there's not much we can see. We see that this formation is shattered, actually.
Oh, okay. So you're back with your men on that wood line. You can just about see down into Mansfeld. The Austrians have consolidated their position. There's a lot of dead men and horses around the bottom of the hill there. What would you like to do?
Do I have any indications of where First Cavalry is?
First Cavalry.
Is there some combat noise to the east, or I don't know, something at least?
It's all quiet.
Huh. Well, then I'm gonna ready the men up and deploy skirmishers here along the edge of the woods.
Okay.
That's probably all we can do. Assuming that all these formations are... So, on my screenshots I only have these 2 battalions, which are currently rallying. Which means that I lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 battalions. I have no idea, and my supply of course, I have no idea where First Cavalry is, and not quite sure where the enemy actually is. Although I should be able from here to see what's going on there, but yeah. They've said they are reorganizing, so they're probably getting back into shape there. Sorry. Bit late for a coffee, right? Let's get a little bit of water. Maybe a drink. So, we started at 0600 game time. We are now at 8:45. So almost 3 hours, or let's say 2 hours to lose a complete brigade. Which is not so good. I'm still slightly annoyed about the situation, but there's just nothing I can do about it anyway, so. And I hope they were not handled like cavalry squares here. I mean, they of course they have the indication of square, but so like a mass square is something completely different than a hollow cavalry square. So hopefully they were actually the Empires did actually take that into account when the enemy was charging. I guess not, but anyways, because they were just overrun immediately. So like a mass squares for a single infantry battalion is more like an assault column. So they should have been able to repose enemies coming up the hill, enemy infantry, pretty easily. But well, in the end they are outnumbered anyway, so. But yeah, I don't know if I want to bother Otto with that right away after the game, or I mean he is quite some admin overload to do, and that's very stressful, I believe, running such a huge campaign almost on his own. That's quite something to do, and that's also the reason why it took so long in the beginning to set things up. Unfortunately, there was a lot of confusion concerning the commands, which is very unfortunate. Could have changed this situation completely, but in the end, there's is sort of friction of war, right? Confusion, command confusion, and all that stuff is part of warfare, and it's certainly part of historical battles and had major impact on them, and we're just experiencing that, although we are sitting very comfortably in our armchairs, and which gives us sort of the privilege to judge and say how we believe things should have gone in our favor, but that's not the reality. So you gotta cope with that. You gotta wrap your head around it. You gotta to accept friction, contingency, failure, and realize that it's not all in your hands. You're used to, when so many digital games, or computer games, and also board games, they give you the impression as if a commander would be in total control of what's going on the battlefield, which is absolutely not true. And that's why in the IKS we always used to say, you're in command, not in control. That's sort of the first lesson of Kriegsspiel, all way long. You might be in command, but you will never be in control of what is happening in the field. And that's something you need to learn, and you need to learn to accept and even embrace. However unfortunate that might be. Take this situation here. If you're of the opinion that this should have gone completely different, and of the opinion that now the umpires are sort of guilty of not having this brigade coming up as intended on your left flank, then you won't enjoy this game. And you also won't be able to understand how chaotic, so to say, historical battles went. And how easily one single factor could change the outcome of a battle as a whole. So that's the learning we take away from this game, at least. Communications were all right with Perrier, with Achilles, with John, but that's just, yeah, he's the kind of guy for that. He has the experience to be a very communicative commander, which is also something you need to learn if you're not used to that. He's a sort of the planning guy, the commander guy. Although he keeps saying he wants to, hopefully he will be in command of a cavalry formation. But he's really qualified to be a superior commander. And he enjoys the planning aspects and managing aspects of all that, which I also do. And those of you who follow me along for a longer time know that I've been the army commander of the Union in the Grand Gettysburg event game we had in August last year, which was just, I think, 2 months after I joined the International Kriegsspiel Society. And what made that game so enjoyable was being thrown into this position, and then having to sort of build your team. So there were players who wanted to join and play, and we spent, at least at the Union side, I can't really tell for the Confederates, but on the Union side, we really took the time to get used to Kriegsspiel. We did some training, some drills, to go through some examples of play, have some thought experiments on how would you react in this and that situation, what would you do. We did train writing messages. We got everybody, as best as we could at least, on the same page on how frequently and which sort of information to relay. And we developed a plan together. And then we went into the game and everybody was sort of very well prepared. So that the preparation process, actually the 2 months before the game, for me were much more enjoyable and engaging than the battle itself. Because at the overall commander, I was just, okay, I'm sitting here at the farm and I'm waiting to get reports from this flank and that flank. And then as far as I had them available, I redirected some reserves, and that was about it, right? The battle plan and the preparation, the training and all that went into this success, because in the end we sort of won this battle. That was done before. So if you are a commander of a huge group of people, or like a leader, as they used to say, or whatever, if you're starting a team effort, that is sort of the takeaway for me. If you want to start a team effort, whatever that might be, and you want to get some organization into the group, whatever, get everybody on the same page and develop a vision for an objective and an understanding of how to approach the problem provided, or whatever. I mean, you could transfer this approach to any context, really, be it political or, I don't know, some sort of civic group or an NGO or actually a company, you need to put that preparation in. I think you need to build your teams. Don't throw the people in and then just say, yeah, I mean, this is my plan, now go do it. You need to actively engage them and bring them together. That was a pretty cool experience, I can tell. But anyways, everybody might have a different opinion on that, a different approach. For me, it worked out. For me, it was the right thing to do. Even wrote a sort of short manual, or I think it's called manual. Or is it called a handbook? No, I think it's a manual for Dashing Commander. It's called. It's available on the IKS website, Kriegsspiel.org as well. Because it's even though it is focused on the American Civil War system we used back in the day, which hasn't been used in months now, because all the systems keep developing and evolving. It is still a very good sort of entry point for new players to get an understanding of what Kriegsspiel is, of which the things are you need to be aware of and take care of as a commander, and basic formations your units could get into, and how to write dispatches and these kind of things. So if you're interested in that, go check it out on the website. I think it's on the How to Play page. So yeah, there's that. There's so many aspects about Kriegsspiel I enjoy. It's not. I think I've said that before. It's not actually the military combat thingy. It's not that I'm sort of a warmonger or anything, or just playing this because I love to imagine thousands of men in colorful uniforms marching at each other and firing at each other. The combat thing is on the side for me, actually. It's more the mental exercise which I enjoy, and the connection then, as I said, to team building and all these sort of aspects, and the historical research discussion flow that is for me a very important part, not only in developing and evolving systems we use here, but also just because I'm interested in history, pretty much. Yeah, and humans, right? I mean, Kriegsspiel can play Kriegsspiel if you have no players and no umpires, and you get to know new people and learn how to deal with new people, or how to engage them, approach them, how to make sure to introduce them into Kriegsspiel and into how you approach things which might be options to solve different problems, to understand how infantry or combat tactics in a given period might have worked. All the things you need to know in order to play Kriegsspiel. So that's also very, very well an interesting part, but also something I enjoy. And what I love about the community, I mean, even though we've grown now above 900 members on the Discord server, and as is to be expected, the majority of these 900 members is not actively playing or taking part in the discussions. We still got new people coming in with questions, and everybody is very kind and tries to include them, to get them on the same page, to provide them the information they need to answer all their questions, although we get the same questions every time again and again, people are not getting tired to explain and to welcome new members, keep the community growing. And Dave is back. Dave, hello.
Oh. So, you're getting your men on the wood line here, and oh, hang on. Oops, something's just happened.
What? Oh, God.
Yeah, so you're getting you guys on the wood line here, and yeah, you see some men filtering back from the north, saying that Mansfield, their hop has been taken by the enemy, and the French are in full route back to the south. What do you want to do?
Not so sure, actually. Get my men moving south as well to... I mean, it's basically directly south. There is... When we cross this run, there is this hill with a small square of woods on top.
I see it, yeah.
Let's go there. Let's go there.
Okay.
And I will personally go back to and try to find Perrier and, I don't know, talk with him about the situation.
Will do.
I have still no indication of the cavalry, right?
No indication yet, but you see just from your eye line Austrians advancing on the woods and on Mansfeld, de Hopf.
Yeah.
You've been completely disconnected from the dragoons.
Okay. Which is a shame. Maybe they are fighting the hussars because we haven't seen the hussars in a while. Maybe the hussars are just here. Who knows? What we know is that the Austrians are attacking the woods, that the Wittenberg forces have apparently just routed the complete brigade. I don't know. And we have some artillery which is staring at the woods. So we got basically from our corps commander's impression that we were winning pretty well to, well, the complete right flank just collapsed. Which means we probably need to go at least back to this line, Heringen, so Die Platte to Heringen, defensive stance with the few forces we got remaining, or even across back to Oberneisen and Netzbach to protect our core supplies. Well, that's how quickly things can change on the battlefield. The only hope we have now is that the guard attack is pushing through, hopefully. If not, well, this thing is lost. And then if that's the case, in the end, I can still blame my overall commander because I did not agree to the plan from the very beginning. You know, there's that. But no, honestly, that's, yeah. I guess at this point we should pull back. That's very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. So I see we have new viewers coming in. So for everybody who's wondering what we are doing here, feel free to ask. This is a Kriegsspiel Battle, part of a campaign we are playing over at the International Kriegsspiel Society, which you're very welcome to join. Let me put the link in the chat. I think IKS is the command, which does not work. Perfect. Kriegsspiel.org. It is, though. There you find information, but you're very welcome to just go ahead and ask in the chat what this is. We are in a bit of a tough spot right now. Let me grab the status markers, set them to a route, and copy this one. Yep. Apparently Mahmoud's brigade just disintegrated, which means these are also reduced if they all route. Like so. If these guys facing the Bavarians did also route, well, hopefully not. Hopefully they just retreated. I'm not sure what the heck the artillery is doing here. They seem to have deployed at the edge of the woods, pointing into the woods. Which might not be as effective, at least given how close they are to the woods. Firing into woods, that's also an interesting thing, right? Everybody assumes that if you put your infantry in the woods, they should be better protected against fire, especially, or also artillery fire, which actually is not true. Because if you got artillery, which is close enough to put effective fire onto these woods, the impact of the splintering wood stems and all that stuff flying around through the air is actually putting more damage onto the infantry than compared to when they are out in the open. It might somewhat reduce the ricochet effect, of course, and of course also sort of hinder sight, so the artillery will not be able to aim as accurately. But if your infantry is close to the wood's edge and the artillery actually knows where to fire at, you have put yourself in a very bad spot. Against light arms and musketry, the woods actually provide some cover, of course, though you would have to sort of put up an effective resistance. You would have to deploy skirmishers anyways, because you're getting out of formation in the woods, and line infantry out of formation is not something you want to have. Well, so one brigade, I mean, these guys are still alive, but they have taken quite some casualties already. So let's say we've lost 2 brigades. Again. Oh no. That's not good. And we don't know where the dragoons went. They went off and did their thing. They were ordered to come around here and attack, or go back and attack here. Maybe we don't have sight on to these hussars. Maybe they are facing the hussars, which they should be able to run down unless the lighter hussars, which also have like smaller and faster horses, are able to outrun them. But from combat value wise, close combat, the dragoons should be able to smash through the hussars. Although even that is not there's no golden rule in history, and also not in combat. Of course, it could go the different way easily. It's also, as I said, morale is such a big factor. So sometimes, we have, if you go study the sources, we have cases in which hussars charging cuirassiers actually win the combat, because they are just surprisingly attacking the flank of the cuirassiers or whatnot, and then just break the enemy formation, which routes and gets out of there. Because who wouldn't get scared if a horde of charging men with sabers jumps onto your flank when you didn't expect them? Well, anyway, no matter how this goes, this will be very interesting to see the outcome of. If we learn that today, that's not sure, because this is a campaign battle. There won't be a general debriefing, which usually is the case for every Kriegsspiel game. A debriefing is mandatory, so to say, for every Kriegsspiel game, because you need to reflect about how you developed your plan, how it went when you tried to apply it, how you changed it on the run, what you could have done differently, and all these kind of things, what you've learned and so on. But given that this is a campaign, the outcomes are carrying over to the next battle, of course, or not only to the next battle, but sort of when we stop the live game, the game continues as a play-by-post game until there is contact again, right? So, especially in the early phase when we were marching into this area, that was all sort of played by message only. We got some screenshots maybe from the umpire, you are now here and there, and some flavor text, beautiful flavor text actually by Otto. And then we just wrote our orders. Yeah, well, give the men some rest. Try to, I don't know, get concessions from the villages and get into their barns, get some protection from the cold. And next day we march on via this route to there and there. Then once the forces are in the vicinity of enemy formations, then we sort of port into the live game with the same game pieces, the same maps, and play out the battle. And once the battle is over, sort of the end state is then ported back into the play by, or continued, I should say rather, as play by post, play by text, however you want to call it. Nobody is using post anymore. Not nobody. I know there are still some folks who actually play by post, but sending letters back and forth, which might be quite an experience actually. I've thought about trying that, but with the time it takes sort of to send, especially if you're playing on an international basis. I think I'm back. Yes, I'm back with Little Pierre. Hello, sir. I see Mammon just disintegrated. John, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Would you like some good news?
So my screenshot tells me that Mammon has just broken.
He has, yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much. Whatever's left of him is streaming back to where I am. The Bavarians up in the northwest corner of the screenshot, though, they got slammed by Darnay's other brigade, so they got chewed up. But that's not the good news. The good news is the dispatch I just got from Szymanowski. He is now northeast of Holzheim. He was at 0845. He was at northeast of Holzheim.
Mm-hmm.
We have completely and totally routed the enemy along the Bucherfeld. Only 2 regiments are left.
Hurrah!
Me and Leclerc are launching the last attack along the Bucherfeld.
Mm-hmm.
Upon capturing the hills proper, we will launch a pursuit of the enemy, as well as rest the troops that have fought brilliantly over the past 3 hours. We will also scout out the position. I await new orders. So apparently our attack in the north is apparently going extremely well.
Great.
So while we have sacrificed ourselves down here again, Sam gets all the glory.
Yeah.
So there is that. There is that.
I cannot tell you the
turned-
sense of relief I felt when I saw that dispatch.
I'm turning this unnamed hill here where my artillery is and where whatever's left of Marmont manages to get to. I'm turning it into essentially the Alamo.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to hold here.
Okay.
And at some point or another, I mean, if those Württembergers want to keep coming south, I mean, basically they're just putting themselves deeper into a noose at this point.
Yeah,
and we still have the guys at Flachten surrounded too.
Mm-hmm. The Austrian brigade is also advancing into the woods now from Mansfelden.
So they're coming in from our east?
Yes.
Right.
I've ordered my what's left of the 2 battalions to get out of the way of Mahmud and cross to the south to get on this hill where the sort of squared wood piece is there. Just to have something on the flank and, I don't know, yeah, because Mahmoud's brigade is rushing down that road.
Okay.
Sorry. Have you guys gotten your updates for this turn yet?
No.
Oh, okay.
And I still don't know what the cavalry is doing. But I also don't see saw the hussars anymore, so maybe they are having the standoff somewhere.
Yeah, it looked like the last screenshot I had showed an enemy light cavalry unit that had surrendered.
Uh-huh.
Down in that right-hand corner, lower right-hand corner. So,
but was that white or green?
It's a green unit.
Oh yeah, that's the Russian lights we shattered. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. I thought that might have been the enemy coming from the east, but apparently not.
Nope.
Well, I wish he would move those. I wish he would. Yeah, there's gunfire around them in those screenshots, so that's what confuses me. I mean, if they're dead already, then why are they shooting?
Yeah.
Hey, Dave.
Hello.
Welcome back. we who are about to die salute you. We've been sacrificing ourselves down here while Sam wins all the glory.
Yeah, sorry, my screenshots are deciding to be slow again, but you should get them soon.
Okay. Yeah, I just got a
Yeah.
dispatch from Szymanowski that says we're winning the war, although it doesn't look like it from where I am.
Yeah, so a lot of French coming through those woods as before. You're rallying them as best as you can.
Okay.
We
do what we can.
What would you like to do now?
I am, as I said before, we're digging in on this hill that I'm currently located on. We're going to rally everybody that comes to me and form them in a defensive perimeter on this hill. And we're turning this hill into the Alamo.
Okie dokie.
All right.
Yeah.
Anybody that wants to take this hill is going to have to kill us all.
Yes, it's a real crazy situation.
And for the benefit of my men and my officers, I'm going to take a shovel and I'm going to start digging where I stand, and I'm going to stick the shovel in the ground, and I'm going to tell them, this is my grave. I don't leave this hill. So we either win here or you bury me here.
Wow. Okay. Strong words. Jan, are you doing the same?
Yeah, well, I guess there's not a lot I can do with 2 reduced battalions. I mean, I could go wander off where the cavalry is, but I don't know if that's worth it.
As your staff officer, I'd probably say that's highly unwise, considering at last known, the Mensfelden was full of Austrians, and heading east would probably be crazy.
Yep. All right.
I cannot see any of my light brigade, but I can see gunfire, so I'm very concerned.
So you staying here, Jan?
Yeah, I'm going to frantically run up and down the lines and rally the men and shout at them and whatnot.
Cool. I'm just gonna sit on a log and drink some water. You guys do all the work. I'm just gonna sit here. Apparently my... Hey, Nick.
Hello. Did you already get a report?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Nope.
So you are all on the same hill, east of Niederneisen, and just west of the woods. And basically, actually, it's a gigantic mess. I mean, you have around you regiment trying to reorganize and form back some kind of line. So, what are your orders? Maybe for Darnet, you can see to the north that your, I think it's the 2nd Brigade, if I remember well, is still engaged with the Bavarian.
Have I seen that they've routed anything, or they're just firing?
They are very far. They are really at the longest distance for you to see, so it's difficult to really see clearly what's happening, but they still seems to be engaged with the Bavarian.
All right. I'm gonna tell them to disengage and kind of hold a rear guard on the approach to Flucht.
Okay.
And then on the hill, I'm gonna help with the rallying effort. So I'm just gonna try and kind of pull men back to the front line. Maybe drink some wine while I'm doing it.
Grab a musket.
How uncivilized, good sir. I use my saber. Yeah.
Anything else?
Oh, that's it, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to try and hold the rear approach to the flock so that we can keep the Prussian units there bottled up.
Yes, definitely.
And that way, if they just want to advance recklessly, then I have a unit in their rear.
I think they're coming after us. So if we want to keep those guys the longer we keep those guys bottled up and flock, the better. Let's not let them loose.
So I've just kind of separated myself from my command. It was probably not the smartest thing to do, but
probably not. Well, there's still time. You could ride off and join them.
Is Nick here? Oh yeah. Okay, Nick. I'm gonna go to the forces that flocked.
Sorry, you are going to the forest?
No, to flocked.
To Flacht. Okay, sorry. Yeah, sorry, I was not listening. I was moving your your units. Okay, you are going to Flacht. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
I just sent what will probably be my last dispatch to Szymanowski. I told him we're making a last stand on this hill. We have Württemberg, Bavarian, and Austrian forces attacking from our north and east in overwhelming force. Vive l'Empire!
There you go.
Well, the really funny part for anyone who was at well, actually, I was the only guy at Lichtenwald, more or less. But this is actually how the Battle of Lichtenwald ended, is that we set up with artillery on a hill and just held back every single Austrian assault until night came.
Mhm.
That was a fun time. There's definitely nothing bad happened.
Yeah, I'm hoping to die on this hill, because then I don't have to be around to try to figure out what's left of this core.
You don't have to deal with the Emperor when he calls for your execution.
I mean, I don't have to try to piece together whatever's left, because we'd be lucky if we could form a single division out of what remains.
Oh, yeah.
But
well, we've got a lot of prisoners for the Emperor, though.
Oh yeah, well that'll make him happy. That gives me a nice warm glow.
We can exchange them for our men.
Well, I don't know, because we know that they've crushed forces in the north. Does Simonowski mean what his cavalry forces were dealing with, and Sam still hasn't gotten to Bookerfeld yet? Or does he mean that the whole entire northern front for the enemy has collapsed?
Well, the statement is we have completely and totally routed the enemy along the Bookerfeld. Now, by we, he doesn't specify whether he just means the cavalry by itself, but my guess is that that's unlikely, since that's where Sam's attack was going. So my guess is that they came in from the flank and rear of those forces up there. Sam was hitting them, but I could be completely wrong. I have no idea. But chances are pretty good that they've routed most of that force up there. Now, can they get? What do they do next? Is a good question. The forces that we have coming after us are tactically we're in a lot of trouble, but strategically and operationally they're in a lot of trouble. They just don't know it yet.
I'd say tactically we're actually in a pretty good situation. We're going to have maybe 4 or 5 infantry regiments, 4 batteries, and potentially a brigade in their rear if they advance too far.
They have at least 3, possibly 4 brigades about to attack this hill.
Mm-hmm.
Still, well, with all the batteries, we should be able to hold. That's more or less what I'm saying.
Yeah, another optimist. I haven't seen any evidence of that so far. What I've seen so far is, they charge and somehow our guys just fall apart. So
we're fighting with all the broken units. The only actually good intact units are the Guard.
I think most of our forces weren't particularly great to start with.
Yeah,
and,
many Marie Louises in there.
Yeah, and the enemy, you got to think of these guys as the Allies in 1944. They've got tons of everything,
Yeah.
So we wreck a brigade. Oh well, there's 4 more,
Yeah. Well, that's why the Russian Corps being wiped out was such a big deal.
You would think that would have a major impact, but apparently it didn't slow them down.
Well, it's the fact that we're still alive, we're having this much trouble, even though we got rid of a Russian Corps, means that we probably wouldn't be here if the Russian Corps was here.
Oh, yeah, I don't doubt that.
Oh, I just read the historical information on the forces in 2nd Brigade, 2nd Division.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, they were formed from National Guard and Marie Louises, so.
Oh, good. So another high quality.
Yes.
My guys are mostly veterans from Spain.
I'm trying to figure out how we managed to stay alive this long.
Yeah, they've seen the real horrors.
Oh yeah. No wonder they keep running whenever the Allies come. They're like, we're going to get retribution. No.
I'm amazed that we have managed to stay alive this long.
as soon as we got hit, as when we were crossing the Obernessen, I thought it was over. I thought we were going to get bottled up. They're going to focus on the north, and that was it.
Well, we had we went one hill too far. Should not have gone for the cup.
Yeah. Well, it's even that we can still reorganize. The Bavarians reorganized, so we can do it.
If they give us time.
Well, I mean, that was the whole flank attack. That was just to give you time.
I'm hoping, though, that
the Bavarians in
that
1813 should also be very low quality troops.
Yeah.
Because there were almost none coming back from Russia.
Yep. I'm hoping that the enemy is now receiving dispatches that say, you know, our right flank in the north is completely collapsed, and we need to pull back. That would be nice, because that would save us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Although I am still hoping for a stray bullet, because I'm not sure I want to keep going. I just kill me now. I don't want to be picking up the pieces.
I would at least get an accolade for winning like the only battle on the southern part. So I'm gonna say it's all your fault. I should get medals and maybe a marshalship, and also that one castle.
Actually, we're all going to be unsung heroes.
Yeah.
Because I really, really believe when this whole thing gets finally debriefed, I really believe that if it weren't for all the trouble we had caused down here, then the success, if there is any, in the north wouldn't be happening.
No. Well, not only that, we actually have we've basically semi-captured a whole Prussian brigade.
Mm-hmm. And we've destroyed another Bavarian one, and a Russian Hussar one, and yeah, we've inflicted pretty significant losses on the enemy. No doubt about that.
I would say the Bavarians are not destroyed yet. They had all routed before, so I don't know if they're actually combat capable or not, but they're not running as soon as I hit them. Which is what I thought was going to happen, because they did not advance at all.
Well, you're not hitting them hard enough then.
I'm hitting them with 6 battalions. What do you want from me?
All the regiments are none.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at the prisoner pool in Flocked, and there's like there are more prisoner regiments than my own.
I'm just currently taking a look at the Mansfelder Kopf on Google Maps. There are some nice drone shots. That's actually quite a hill.
I'll bet it is.
Compared to the terrain around, so...
Yeah, that's why you can see even on the map that they gave us, there's a benchmark on it.
Yeah.
So it's the highest point in this whole area here.
Well, that should have been quite a good defensive position.
It should have been, but somehow we got bayonet charged right off of it.
Oh no, it's update time.
Is it?
Oh no. I'll tell you the situation in Flocked. We are still holding.
There you go.
And I'm seeing a lot of rallying cavalry units to my north. This is not looking like a great victory. And by lights got charged by cavalry. Which is they should be fine. I literally told them, hey, hold a rear guard. They shouldn't be charged down by cavalry when holding a rear guard.
Well,
ask Jan about that.
Jan. Also, why is the guard cavalry just meandering by prisoners? I need help.
I don't know what they're doing. No idea.
Well, it's actually no. My guys are still in column with cavalry just riding next to them.
0930 screenshot here.
I'm gonna ask Nick a lot of questions, and he's gonna hate me by the end of this.
Well, there's. Oh, I see. Those guys have surrendered. Right. Looks like we've formed some kind of line up here.
Yep.
Nice little perimeter on this hill. Here we are at Little Bighorn.
Oh well.
Well, Jan, just you and me. This time we get to die together. Oh, it's I don't know. Oh, there's Big Dave. Hello, Big Dave.
So yeah, it's still much the same as last time, really. You do see that at the front of the Württemberg column seems to be kind of heading westwards a little bit, and from your position, you see that some of Darnet's men that were trying to attack the Bavarians, I think it is, have been beaten off.
Okay.
And that's about it. So sounds of cannon fire and gunfire and stuff is really starting to die down. What would you like to do?
Do we hear any cannon fire? Any cannon fire from the north?
Any cannon fire from the north? Yeah, you can pretty much see it coming from the Bavarians under Sergei, but
beyond that, we don't know.
Who are they firing on?
They're firing on Donet's men. By the looks of
I
things.
see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but beyond that, we don't hear anything further north.
Not by my books, no.
Okay.
Do we have range on any of their forces with our guns?
I would think that your cannons would probably blast away at some Württembergers, yeah.
Then let's do that. Put some fire on those guys. Let's give them something to think about.
Will do.
All right. Anyway, as I was going to say, actually, just between you and me, I really kind of frustrated with this campaign.
Yeah, somewhat.
I'm actually understating it, but
Yeah.
I'm really kind of frustrated with this campaign. And today, I mean, yeah, I'm moving around. Apparently, I'm moving around pins on the map that represent nothing, and I don't know it. But I don't understand that because it was in. I specifically sent the reorganization stuff to him.
Yeah.
That was weeks ago.
Yeah.
Okay. He asked for the orders of battle for this thing, like 2 weeks ago or whatever it was, and I sent it to him. I sent him screenshots of each of the units, where they were, their names and everything, and where they were going, where the plan of attack was.
Yeah.
All of that was done well in advance, and there was never any mention of the fact that, oh, by the way, this guy doesn't exist.
Yeah, well,
You know?
yeah. The thing is, they do exist. Just the only thing, I mean, during the battle, so to say, the confusion was that he did not rename them as we did. So for him, they were still 2nd Brigade, 2nd Division, while we kept calling them 1st Brigade, 1st Division.
Well, he should have known that since it was in everything I sent to him.
Yes, that's right. But yeah, there are some things I believe Otto has to learn, which is obviously is perfectly fine. Like how he starts the battles, how close he puts adversaries to each other when the game starts.
Yeah,
like we had that in the previous battle, like starting right in the face of 2 Prussian divisions, basically.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. Some of the combat results are from my point of view, a bit weird
or off.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I mean, combat is so chaotic, and there's so much contingency, and morale plays such a big role. So things can, or probably always go in another way than you would assume them to go. But if that keeps to be the case in every combat, then something is off.
Yeah, I mean, there are certain fundamentals that are going to hold true 90% of the time.
Yeah.
You know, and you can calculate those fundamentals. There's a random element where, you know, Clausewitz's friction and those things that enter in.
Yeah.
But you know, that's what dice are for. So but there are certain basic fundamentals that are going to guide most of it, you know. And if it's not falling within those parameters, you know, more often than not, then something's wrong. You know. But anyway, I don't know. And you know, it's tragic because you marched off there thinking there was somebody going to what was a very key location. It was a critical location from the beginning. And I had no idea that he wasn't there because I wasn't told that Marmont wasn't there anymore. I mean, the guy. I wasn't told that the guy that was playing him wasn't here. And B, I had no idea that Darnay had taken control of him and marched him off to a different location. They weren't giving me for the first hour of the game. I got absolutely no reports and no screenshots.
Okay.
All I got was a couple of dispatches.
No.
TAC was sending me dispatches, but nobody was actually reporting to me.
Okay.
So I thought I was on the plot when in fact I was not. I had no idea. I had no idea where I actually was. I didn't know I didn't know who was even standing around me. And it turns out that half my officers were standing right next to me, but nobody told me. I'm getting dispatches from Darnay, but he's actually, in reality, he's about 10 yards from me.
Yeah.
But nobody was telling me because apparently nobody was in charge of actually reporting to me. And when I finally told Dave, Dave said, well, you know, what did you say in your last report? And I said, Dave, I haven't received a report yet. I haven't been told anything. I haven't seen a screenshot, nothing. And then so Dave was like, oh my God, somebody was supposed to be doing that.
Yeah.
So for that whole first part, I had no idea the trouble you were in or the fact that your left was completely wide open. No clue, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the situation was all fine until out of a sudden a division of Austrians appeared, which I apparently wasn't able to see marching around. Yeah,
I don't know how they got there, to be honest, because even Darnay's guys should have seen. I could have seen them. Yeah, I don't know where they came from.
I mean, you can understand if the infantry came through these woods there, probably, and I was somewhat occupied with the combat situation. Okay, I don't see them marching into town. I can see that. But the cavalry, fresh cavalry, full-strength cavalry brigade coming down that hill into that valley, I don't know. There should have been some notice of that.
Well, Marmont's guys actually came right up through there and then turned to the left to join in the attack on the hill that we're sitting on right now. Wouldn't they have going right through these guys?
No. The cavalry came from probably the Nauheimer Höhe or what? Into that valley east of Mansfelden,
okay.
where the Mansfelden, the name actually is on the map.
Okay.
But on the other hand, I didn't see Mamon's brigade marching there. So on none of the screenshots I have, I see their forces. That's why in every dispatch I kept asking, where the heck is he?
Yes, I got a dispatch from you saying, I can't see him on my left. And I'm thinking, okay, well, and I'm looking and I don't know where he is either because nobody's showing me anything. So I'm like, I hope he's there.
Yeah, well.
Little did I know, Darnay was actually running the entire corps.
I mean, well, we don't have that many umpires, so it's understandable. And we also had some first-time umpires, I believe.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
It's not an easy job. There's no doubt about it.
Not. But unfortunate anyways.
Mm-hmm. I don't mind that much so much. But it does bother me that the stuff that I set out well in advance got screwed up. Because there's no reason for that. It was all written down and it was done weeks ago.
Yes.
If there was any question at all about any of it, I should have been asked 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's the reason why I haven't committed to running a campaign yet. Because there's so much admin stuff you need to put into that, and I don't want to... If I cannot guarantee to the players that I can actually take care of all that in a proper manner, then I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, there's campaigns I would love to see run, but the nightmare of actually trying to do it would be, it's well beyond me. I know that. So way too much.
I mean, you're playing Hex Encounter monster games, so you should be up for the task.
Yes, but I play them by myself, so if I screw something up, the only person I can yell at is me. And I can always fix it.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to complain. That's all right. I don't even play them by the rules that were written for them. So I actually rewrite my own rules for them.
Yeah, why not? I have a screenshot. What can I see? Oh, I see all the prisoners eventually. Cool.
Well, it looks like the Württembergers are kind of heading west, right across our guns.
Yeah, they've actually taken some disruption there already.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Now there's another, looks like Austrian force up on the Kopf.
Yeah, that should be the brigade that came there into Mansfelden and ran down my squares.
And I see another, looks like Bavarian one up in the valley up there, the river valley.
Yeah, so hopefully Danet isn't going to be run down by those guys.
Looks like they're essentially forming an assault line to our north, northwest, and northeast.
Yes.
And kind of heading across.
Which would be perfect for our Garde d'honneur to get into their flank.
It would if he's in position to do so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what it. I'm not sure what they are trying to accomplish. If they're in real trouble up north, I don't know what it is they're trying to accomplish here. They may not be aware of it. They may be completely in the dark about what's happening above them. They just see the shiny object trying to come after this area. You know, strategically, I wouldn't think that wouldn't make much sense, but
Yeah, especially if in the north their lines are collapsing.
mm-hmm. Interesting. Well, we're not going to have a corps left when this is over.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, we'll be lucky if we could form a division. Maybe Sam will put me up against a wall.
Yeah, probably. Probably.
Save me the trouble. Or maybe I just go to tell Otto my Delaperriere at the end of the battle commits suicide. He names Jan as his successor.
Oh well.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull a Marshall on you. I'm just gonna disappear.
Yeah.
2 minutes. So I'm taking over here. So what's happening? Ah, yes. Your friendly artillery has just begun firing. Wait, is that? Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, northwards towards the Württemberg Alliance, and to the northwest you can see lines of Bavarian soldiers marching down the hill southwest towards fleeing friendly forces. And further to the northwest to the direction of Bucherfeld, you think you can hear the sound of some artillery.
Hmm. Well, I'm just having a nice lunch on this hill. Eating leftover Chinese food from yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Enjoy.
Mm.
Shall we get out a message to Szymanowski, or?
I already did.
Okay.
He knows. Assuming he gets the dispatch.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what they do with that information is another question. All right, I got a dispatch from Darnay. Currently holding around Flacht. 2nd Brigade is getting charged by light cavalry. Attempting to fix the situation. Persons in Flacht are remaining stationary. Yeah, I'll bet they are.
Light cavalry, where's that coming from?
Probably Bavarian, or it may have been those Prussian Landwehr guys.
Then let's hope that Szymanowski is able to do anything about that.
Oh, I don't know. He's probably chasing supply wagons or something.
Yeah. Most heroic act in
Yes.
the continuous battle of Nauheim and, I don't know, Limburg or whatever. Burning Austrian supplies.
Well, in another campaign, in another battle, Sam got attracted by the shiny object of some supply wagons. He ended up going into the wrong place at the wrong time, though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gentlemen, do you have any orders?
None for me. We're going to make a stand on this hill and continue to fire the artillery at those Württembergers as they cross our front there.
Well, my order is, Varus, get me my legions back.
Also, General Bertrand, you receive a messenger from your 56th 2nd Battalion and your 37th 1st Battalion on the hill east of Die Platte. They inform you they have had no enemy contact for some time.
Hurrah! Have they any word from our cavalry, though?
Yeah, what happened to the 1st Brigade Cavalry?
Yeah, they have not seen. Okay, well they have come across some deserters who have promptly said that they were destroyed.
All right.
So I assume no orders, just stay.
No.
Nope, other than doing what we're doing.
How did that happen then? A brigade
God,
of fresh dragoons destroyed.
Well, apparently they ran into a minefield.
I mean, in the Battle of Nauheim, the enemy had a mass battery there at the Zollhaus, but I would have believed that they pulled them against the main threat, so I don't know.
Well, what I don't understand is, okay, that brigade didn't have a direct commander.
Right.
So essentially, once it was out of touch with you, it was just a botted brigade.
Yes.
So who ran them out there and got them destroyed?
I mean, so I had them on after the confusion was solved. In the beginning, actually, Szymanowski had them under command, and the two brigades we had on our left were botted, which I said, Dave, we cannot have that. So I had them on my right flank. I had them sitting there on these slopes while I was crossing with the infantry and pushing back the Russian cavalry. And then sort of came once the enemy cavalry appeared, came the decision, do I have them sort of countercharge the enemy across that creek? But the way I had my infantry deployed there, angled, there wasn't enough space, I thought. So I gave the order to cross the creek to the east, get on this road, move up in the direction of Zollhaus, basically, and at the crossroads turn west on Mansfelden and hit the enemy rear. And then out of a sudden, the infantry in Mansfelden popped up, and my two battalions were overrun by the hussars. And then I sent, I don't know if that message actually even got out, send another word to them. So either continue and hit the enemy hard in the rear, or turn back and countercharge the enemy hussars on the flank here. And that's, basically from that point, I never heard anything from them, never heard any combat noise to the east, nothing. They just rode straight up into the Bermuda Triangle or whatever.
Ooh, like that TV series that German TV series. In English, it's called Dark. I don't know what the German name for it is.
I don't know either.
But it's a science fiction thing revolving around time. It's this place, this like a nuclear plant in Germany out in the woods, but there's this place and these people keep going in and out. I don't know. It's weird. It's a really mind-bending kind of mind twister kind of TV series that was on. It's completed now, but I watched it on Netflix or something or Amazon. But of course, it was all in German with subtitles. So
okay.
But yeah, things just kept disappearing, and then bodies kept showing up, and all these kinds of things. It was really weird.
Haven't heard about that one. Let me see if I know that. Dark series. On Netflix, apparently. No, I've not seen that one.
Yeah, it was actually quite good, but it's it is a mind twister. It's these concepts of time and time travel and that kind of thing, but it was quite interesting.
Okay.
Well, the rest of Darnay says, Mon General, I'm afraid I can't provide the assistance I thought I could. My men are exhausted and fresh Austrian cavalry is approaching from the east. I am forced to withdraw and rest my forces. I advise you do the same. Yeah, where am I going to go?
Okay, so Austrian cavalry, that might be the Hussars, I don't know, because they haven't been spotted by my 2 battalions. Which is interesting though, why wouldn't they sort of try to circle around behind us?
Well, he could be talking about the Flocked area. All these guys may be trying to break through to Flocked, to those guys that are trapped there.
Yeah, probably.
And unfortunately, we don't have the strength to stop them. If the rest of our army up north doesn't do something about it, we can't stop them.
Yep.
So I will say this though, it's also moderately frustrating that my army commander has not bothered to communicate to me at all. Well, it's now 1000 hours, huh?
Yep.
Seems like a long day so far. I mean, it would be nice if he kind of let me in on what the hell's going on, or where he might be.
Yeah.
Oh, new screenshot. Well, apparently we have formed. Who are these guys?
There's cavalry there?
Yeah, but who?
Interesting.
I have no idea.
And the
I do not know
Württembergers
who
seem
those
to
guys
have
are.
pulled back.
Yeah, I guess our artillery was having an effect.
Yeah, at least.
We seem to be holding the line. I don't know what Darnay was talking about. Yeah, looks like we did some damage.
Oh well,
we got a lot of reduced units. He's got two really bad beat up ones over there too. Hmm.
Can I get the screenshot bigger and identify what sort of cavalry that is? No. Lights of some sorts.
Well, the commander marker says second. Could that be second cavalry? The second cavalry brigade?
So it's definitely not the Garde d'Honneur. So it's not Szymanowski. Second.
Yeah, it could be our second cavalry brigade. Maybe Szymanowski didn't take them with him. He just took third because he had two. He may have left one.
Did we have another one, actually?
Well, we had second and we had third and we had first.
Yes.
Well, apparently first is, vanished into the annals of time. He may have taken third with him when he rode off with the guard cavalry.
Yeah, what sort of confuses me is the fact that the first and...
All right, generals, you are on the hill, and yeah, well, the screenshot's pre-export, so I'm like umpiring 9 people, right?
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, do you have any orders yet, or...
No orders at all.
No change.
All right.
So what confuses me is that the second and third have actually Garde d'Honneur written on them, and not only just second. Or the pieces we have there just only show.
He actually called some of our cavalry Garde d'Honneur. I saw that in some of his like the briefing stuff.
Yeah, right. But that should be the 2 brigades Szymanowski has with him.
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is that I think Szymanowski only took one of the brigades with him after they took Niedernessen, and I think he left one of them to help surround those Prussians at Flacht. And he took the other one with him when he went off with the Guard cavalry.
Yeah,
so I think
still the pieces should have on the bottom of the piece basically have written Garde d'Honneur, because the pieces I have here in my module all have that on the bottom.
Oh, interesting.
So let me see. Had the dragoons only had a number, but they have a stronger line, of course, than these have. So not sure where these guys are coming from. The guard commander, what sort of units did he have? Was that Leclerc?
Leclerc, yeah.
What did he bring to the party? Do we have that in the channel somewhere?
Good question. I don't know. I thought he only had a single brigade, because he's only a brigade commander.
Yeah, which would be fitting then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Lot has been written.
Well, I don't know who those guys are, but I'm glad they're there. Very useful position for them to be in.
Okay, so he's from the mixed guard division, and he said he has the cavalry, but didn't specify the types of units. So let's go to the original briefing and find out. Mixed guard cavalry heavies. No, so that can't be him then. I guess we find out at some point.
Or maybe we never will. They're ghost cavalry.
Yeah.
Phantom riders. But I'm not unhappy to see them there.
Certainly not.
Apparently, the enemy has decided that it didn't make much sense to keep going forward there. And if Darnay keeps his nerve and holds his position, oh, I see. There's more. There's a couple of small. Those must be cavalry squadrons, Prussian cavalry squadrons, up at the very top of the screenshot. How are all these guys able to push towards us if they're really in trouble to their north?
Good question. Seems
I mean, if
to
we're
be Landwehr Lancers, probably. Yeah, good question. I mean, if the enemy is crushing us that quickly, shouldn't the guard be here by now? Maybe, I mean, there's nothing I can do here, right? Maybe I just go on a ride and try to find the marshal.
Yeah, Jan riding his favorite pony to go find the marshal. By the time you find him, it'll be tomorrow. We don't even know where to look for him. That's part of the problem. But then again, I haven't known where he was for 90% of this campaign. So
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, the army commander. The army commander. Every one of his senior officers should know where he is. At the end of every day, his location should be known by every senior commander.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you have to do it that way. You just have to. You know, it's like, I don't know. Yeah. It just doesn't make any sense. But I said this before to, I don't know, different people. I actually did Justin, because I talk to Justin all the time. And I told him, you know, I would rather, given the choice between knowing where all the enemy's forces are or knowing where my own are, I could only have one or the other. I will take knowing where mine are every time. Because once we run into the enemy, if I know where all of my people are, then I can react.
Absolutely.
But if I know where all of the enemy is, but I have no idea where any of my people are, I can't do anything. I can do nothing to them. So, you know, that is the heart. It's the key to everything. You have to be able to know where your own people are, you know? And we lost control of that from day one. 3rd Division was out running around on their own, not telling anybody where they were.
Yeah.
I have brigade commanders moving around in the middle of the night for no apparent reason. What are you guys doing? I don't know. And of course, nothing from half the army. No communication of any kind. It's like, okay, I keep sending dispatches and nobody ever sends anything back. It's like, somebody has to tell me where you are. I can't really do much. We were lucky to have essentially performed our role in this campaign more by accident than by design.
Yes, absolutely. So the thing is, I mean, our dispatches might have gotten intercepted by the Austrians because they were so far south. But,
Yeah, that's true.
Again, there aren't that many bridges across the Lahn anyway. I mean, I guess a courier could just take any boat around, but that's another point. So,
of course, after I heard about the, actually even before I heard about the Austrian force further south than we anticipated, I started thinking, because I wasn't getting any responses, I started thinking that maybe we might be getting intercepted. So I started.
Oh, there we are.
Fake information.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hello. Oh no.
Okay. Okay. Since this is a campaign game, there isn't going to be a proper end brief. Basically, what happens here in the I resolved some of the combat towards the end, since there was some stuff still happening in the north on the quote-unquote Old Guard Hill between Limburg and Friendies, where the Austrian Grenadiers are attacking. The Austrian Grenadiers are repulsed at bayonet point and by the Old Guard and Garnell's cavalry, but the Old Guard has yet again suffered heavy casualties in that engagement as well, and possibly even more French guns have been spiked. And in the north, the Prussian attack towards Limburg forces the defenders of Limburg to flee. So it's a question. I'm wondering what. So it seems like the French forces are going to. Oh, the Prussians are going to stop advancing after Limburg. It seems like so.
What's with the guys near Friendlies that were attacking?
The troops trained is got. Turns out the troops went quite out of artillery range, and a artillery fucking cannonballs hit their ranks, and they were pushed back to Friendies. Even though there's another brigade there, the men overall in the area have gotten enough of fighting that they are not going to be really able to mount up another offensive. So it seems like the French army is quite spent, and it seems like the coalition army is quite spent as well. The Bavarians attempt to attack the French troops east of Flach, but they fail. And looks like the Landwehr units inside the village of Flach are going to ultimately surrender at some point.
Oh, thank God we got.
But basically, it ends in a sort of trench warfare situation towards the at least middle of the day, as both sides need to resupply their men to rest their men a bit. So we'll see if either side decides to go on the offensive next strategic campaign turn, but the engagement of the morning ends here.
When do we get the reports for this?
Man, I need to write a 900 word essay, so I need to do that first. So I can't tell for sure. Hopefully, sometime next week.
Also another question. Wait, what do I want to say again?
Okay. While you think about that, I'm gonna go check on the coalition.
Yeah, I want.
Oh,
Can I have a parley with them, or is it not possible?
You wanna find the?
Yes, on the white flag to talk with them.
Okay, gotcha. I'm gonna go check.
You're a royalist.
Can we discuss the game now?
Well, I think we. So I want to hear from Achilles if he's here, since he's the commander from the Southern Force.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I would like to hear from you what happened on your side.
Well, let's see. We advanced at Mensfelden.
Yes.
But ran into a unexpectedly large enemy force there. We took the Mensterkopf, but then were counterattacked by Bavarians and Württembergers and forced back to the hill east of Niederheisen.
Niederneisen.
Yes, thank you. Niederneisen. Where we're making a stand. We surrounded the forces in Flacht with our cavalry and the guard cavalry and some of our infantry. So, and as you heard, those guys have surrendered. We also took a large number of prisoners when we took the hill that we're currently on. Prior to that, however, the corps is shot. I'll be lucky if I can form a full division out of what's left. All of our artillery is still good, and our cavalry is still good, but our infantry are shot.
You have.
Yeah, and
I can say this because I was on the other part. I was the main commander of kind of the west side because I don't believe you were involved much in the fight around Niederneisen, Flacht, Holzheim, and the Buchenfeld, which I was. We had strong forces in the area. They immediately attacked us. Or rather, one Prussian force moved towards Flacht. We outflanked them at Obeneisen and then moved up and captured a bunch of enemy forces. I believe we captured basically an entire division.
I can give you a tally.
Yeah.
I initially started off south of Holzheim, but I saw the incredible amount of forces stationed there. So I moved to Niederneisen, which was supposed to be unguarded, but turned out to be guarded. Then I joined General de la Perrière near Oberneisen and crossed the river there. There I aided him in destroying a Bavarian brigade and destroyed an entire Landwehr brigade guarding Niederneisen. So that is definitely one Bavarian prisoner, one regiment of Bavarian prisoners, 3 prisoners of Lancers, 5 prisoners of Landwehr. And we also
besides the forces that were captured in Flacht.
Yes, and also I managed to encircle the forces in Flacht.
Yes. Then we moved towards Buchenfeld. We fought and routed most of their forces, but they brought in strong reinforcements. We eventually were forced to abandon Buchenfeld towards the end of the game. I later grabbed some of the forces that were screening Flacht, and I was the cavalry that arrived at the last second between Dane and on my left and De La Pedea on my right. De La Pedea and Bichon on my right. I brought the cavalry, and that halted some of the attacks in the area.
I've also managed to extract all of my units in good order and in
Fantastic.
relatively unharmed.
So I believe you have this side. You have about a slightly oversized division, or maybe with a little bit too much cavalry, or just about a division.
Okay, I think for the.
Any questions
I think
from the French?
Oh,
or something?
yeah.
Any questions from the French or anything I can help with? Do you still want to parlay with the?
Yes, I want.
Okay.
Did they take any prisoners?
Oh yeah, we took.
Yes.
Yeah, to enemy.
They took prisoners, I'm sure. Yeah.
Maybe we can do a prisoner exchange, since we took many Russians prisoners. And in this battle also. But I think for the rest of the campaign, we are going back to the Rhine, across it, and take all the prisoners with us.
I believe
we should see our situation before
right
we
now.
do that.
Well, it doesn't look like we can still fight another battle after this.
I can definitely fight. My men will be in good condition. They just need to rest. They're able to do another great stroke like this.
Oh yeah, I didn't tell you what happened to us. So like, they had 100 guns, but Grand Battery against us. We couldn't advance for like I think 3 hours or something like that. until they retreated with the Grand Battery.
We tried to
Oh
stop.
yeah, and we had a cavalry charge to like distract the Grand Battery to set our own batteries up to shoot at them.
Yeah, we got
So,
shot to pieces.
yeah. So basically,
I had a very
the
good.
old guard is no more or less.
My
Okay.
men managed to take many prisoners and destroy many formations, and we are
Yeah.
relatively unharmed.
That's
So
good, but it doesn't help the rest of the army.
that's
since
true.
we are
So
not
considering the
United
West
States.
Wing, how many divisions are still combat effective then?
Well, I think the middle guard seems pretty alright, except for the lancers, which got shot up quite severely, but the infantry still seems in fairly good condition, albeit tired. And yeah, the old guard is absolutely shot up. 4th division, I don't know.
Yeah, like the old guard saved
Hey
everyone.
everyone, the Austrian commander accepts the offer to parley, and the coalition consents to that everyone could listen to the parley. So do the other French okay with everyone being in the same channel, quiet listening to the
Yes.
Are only the
commanders?
corps commanders allowed to talk, or since it would
Yeah,
be
only the corps commanders are to talk, but everyone can listen.
Okay.
Okay.
So are you okay with that, Renaud?
Yeah, I'm okay with
And
it.
it's going to be on the fields of Bucherfeld, and both sides have artillery zeroed in on each other. So if anyone chooses to like kill the other person, they're going to get killed themselves as well.
Please kill them.
And it would be very ungentleman.
Do it.
So
Do it.
so we're going to start moving you all to this other channel.
I challenge you to a duel.
Let's do that.
Shouldn't run.
So yeah,
Should wait and stay and give
Sam,
them hell.
Yeah.
Basically, I could form probably one division of infantry left out of what I've got.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we can only. I remember, like we sent one brigade away to guard the Russians prisoner. So maybe.
Good.
All right. So
Hello, good
everyone
sirs,
be
hello.
quiet. So this is going to be everyone is going to be a fly on the wall. So Marshal of France Martin Renaud and His Excellency General of the Cavalry Johann von Klenner of the Austrian forces are going to be meeting on the fields of Bucherfeld to parley.
Amid all the dead old guard, of course.
Yeah, and your grenadiers. Well, so I wanted to talk. Like, we both know our forces got like battered, and we took some prisoners from you, many, even your Russian friends. So, and I know you took some of our uh, fellow French prisoners. So I want maybe to do a prison exchange if you want to do this.
What are you offering exactly?
I have an entire Russian corps prisoner and some Bavarians and Prussians prisoner. I don't know how many French you have prisoners.
It's probably. I don't know. We didn't go over what we captured, but we captured like 3 brigades this battle, I think.
3 brigades. Are you sure?
I think
Or
so.
are you just trying to fool me?
No, I generally don't know, but that's my estimate.
Okay.
Like, we don't know. Maybe an umpire can sound in real quick. And
Okay,
tell us.
yeah. You have some prisoner. You have thousands of prisoners captured from the Battle of Nauheim from yesterday, and this battle you also have captured perhaps 1,000 soldiers.
At least a brigade from this battle.
Yeah, yep, at least 1,000 soldiers.
And how
But-
many did we capture this battle?
I don't know. I didn't do you. Sorry.
Oh.
I have yet to calculate that. Well, you okay. Never mind. You have quite a lot of landware, so you have thousands of Prussians and thousands of Russians. Perhaps up to 10,000 prisoners in total when you count both of them.
Okay, so besides the points of prisoners, do you want a ceasefire?
Yes, that is agreeable. To tend to the wounded, clear the battlefield of the dead.
Yeah, like for until the day is over.
I would have to discuss that with my fellow corps commanders.
I suggest expanding that to 2 days.
I think the coalition won't accept this.
No, it will
But-
not accept a 2-day ceasefire.
Well, we can do 1 day ceasefire. If you
We can do a 2-day ceasefire if you agree to retreat over the lawn and over the southern river.
I can't make such promises, but like 1 day would be fine.
I cannot guarantee 1 day without talking to the Prussian corps commander, who is currently.
Are they not here? Or?
No, he's not here.
I can vouch or represent the Prussians in this discussion.
Sure.
Yes, and what's your verdict?
I believe the Prussian commander-in-chief would agree to at least a day ceasefire, but most likely not 2 days.
I think we can agree to a ceasefire until the end of the day then.
Yeah, and a prisoner exchange.
You want to exchange all prisoners?
No, since we have more than you.
Well, I'm not
the
giving
equal
you
number.
your troops back for landwear.
What? Like, Russians would probably say something against this. This is like this is
Speak
your
up now,
land.
Stroheim. Speak up now.
Like, do you see how they treat you?
I would suggest exchanging our prisoners at a 1-to-1 basis, starting with the Bavarians, non-landwehr Prussians, and any Russian troops.
Yeah, that would be good. Like, to the lowest unit to the best. 1-to-1.
That is agreeable.
Okay. So I
Are
think
we
we'll all go to
releasing
peace.
just a man or with his equipment?
Just a man, so that he can't go immediately into combat again.
Are we giving them parole so they have to swear that they're not fighting again?
No.
No?
Why should they?
Can we give them parole for a week?
Like, you can give them paroles if you want, but
I don't think a parole is necessary. Just exchange able-bodied men 1-to-1 ratio and but with no equipment.
Yes.
yeah, that could be agreeable, since we have some Russian guns if you want them. And I think you have some of our guns.
I think we will be keeping those.
Yeah, so is this settled now, or
We
one
can agree
day
to the ceasefire
and
until the end of the day, until tomorrow morning at dawn.
yeah.
What lines do we hold then? How do we make sure we don't, get into each other's way?
Like, I know you have Limburg in your hand and Bukafet, so everything near Bukafet and Limburg and around Mansfeld is like yours, and everything beyond that is ours.
Yeah, but like the dead are everywhere. So if we want to tend to our wounded and tend to our,
Oh,
earlier
like
dead.
that's no man's land. Everyone is allowed to go there.
Okay, so we're gonna draw a line from Limburg to our there, and then to the river.
Yeah, like along the front line.
Okay, that is all agreeable.
Well, may the bloodshed stop here.
Yes.
Alright, does each side want to continue their debriefing then? Their own channels?
Are we gonna figure out the prisoner exchange later?
Yeah,
Well, we are doing it on 1-to-1 ratio, as agreed.
Yeah, that can be handled in the campaign. Takes time. Okay, well, thanks for playing, everyone. I'm gonna move each side to their own channels, I guess. So to keep up for go. I don't.
Yeah, please do. I have to talk to my side.
Laser, can you help me move the French to red one?
I'm on my phone, so
okay.
no, sorry.
Okay, no worries.
Marshal, surely we will not retreat, right?
In our current state, like, I don't know how many troops they have.
We've taken tens of thousands of prisoners, while they've taken 1,000.
Yeah, but they have from yesterday, from the Battle of Nauheim, they have about one complete division.
2,000. Yeah, I mean, well, we took 10,000 in this battle, and how many back at Nassau?
I mean, that's true, but we are facing
yeah, that's not enough.
Coalition of the whole
I
of
can
Europe.
take 10,000 more tomorrow. Just let me at them.
But what's giving that to us if there's nobody to exploit your success? And
that's the
nobody to
problem.
cover our retreat if you get a
For
bloody loss.
the
There won't be a need to cover our retreat once we defeat
And
them.
besides that, the orders from the emperor himself were to delay the enemy and not to lose all our forces.
We won't lose all our horses. We'll destroy them.
Like,
That's
we
the greatest
literally
delay.
did lose so many soldiers today.
So are we going back to France?
By the
Or
way,
going
don't
back
worry,
home?
that one coalition player who was here accidentally moved himself immediately to lobby, so he didn't hear anything. And also,
Alright.
why he has GDP name, which was GDP rank, which is a French rank. So how confusing, to be honest.
A spot.
Imposter.
He's like that one guy who was dressing his soldiers up in Russian uniform.
I think if we would put all our troops together, it would be like 3 divisions.
That's more than enough.
No, it isn't.
I don't know how badly the eastern forces in Limburg were hit. I know that they were forced to retreat, but I don't know if they took huge losses.
well, we captured a whole entire Prussian brigade and Flacht.
Yeah.
The only forces down south that I could see around Flacht, which was more to the east, was a brigade of Bavarians, which already took out their guns, and a brigade of Württembergers.
We took tens of thousands of prisoners near Holzheim and Flecht. So.
Well, that's
Like,
alright. They will be
uh,
exchanged to
out-
1-to-1 to get first and second division filled up again from the losses we took. The problem, though, is you need to consider, and we certainly saw this today, most of our formations are raw recruits. We cannot throw them against Habsburg or Prussian grenadiers. They just melt away. So that's the main issue. And if the old guard is battered, then we don't really have anything to face grenadier divisions.
Grenadiers, aren't they battered?
I don't believe so.
Yes, the Prussians and Austrians are also battled because the old guard valiantly held the hill near between Limburg and Flanders against all odds.
That should work.
The old guard hill.
Yeah, like, I don't know how they have hold this hill.
We
for
have
the
them
entire
right
time.
here. They're right under our hand. It would be cowardice to retreat now. It would be a
Like,
defeat.
the problem was the coalition outguns us. Like, they had like 7 batteries against us 6, and like, well, they destroyed us completely. And I had to suicide charge the cavalry to give our artillery a chance to on limber to shoot at the Prussian.
Which means now that our cavalry is basically shot for the rest of the day and probably won't be as effective
My
further
cab is
on.
available. My cab is completely available. They're just tired.
Yeah,
our cavalry is
but we've
tired.
got a ceasefire until tomorrow morning anyway.
Which would give us rest.
I would like to raise the fact that a few days ago we burned the Austrians' supply train.
Yeah.
Almost it.
But the Prussians still have theirs.
Yeah, but
The
can
Prussians still
they
have theirs,
supply
but it does mean that
everybody out of that?
The Austrians also had a supply train on the Dirkhoff. I saw it.
I see.
The Austrian forces attacking us were running out of supplies, it looked like,
Yeah,
because
I
they
think
didn't have a supply train.
the longer we linger, the worse it is for them. We have
Yes,
all of
but
our supply. They
that
don't.
also means that we don't have to attack them, right? We don't need
Yes.
to risk anything. We could just sit around and wait for them to go. And if only the Austrians go and leave the Prussians here, then, well, we back the Prussians. If they all go, I'd say mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the Austrians are kind of bad at because they attack us all the time. Like at 1000, they like attacked us on the hill, and the old guard has batted their grenadiers heavily.
What are you folks doing with your microphones, Donnet and Szymanowski?
I think they are eating it.
Yeah, maybe they are chewing on that.
I've been having mic
Bon
problems.
appetit.
So the fact that you can hear anything it brings me joy.
Sounds like you're going through a windstorm.
I'd like to point out that if the coalition decides to make a concerted push in the south around Oberniesen, Haringen, in that area, there is nothing to stop them.
No.
They will
Yeah.
run over us like a speed bump, and your fancy cavalry and all the rest, you'll be cut off from France and surrounded.
Yeah,
So
the Prussians, like, if I remember, they have like still 18 battalions that have like just shot at Limburg with the artillery, which are kind of still fresh.
Yes.
I say we can fight on.
And we did
Yes, but we
face
need
one
I think
fully
Leclerc
organize and
Austrian
watched too
division.
many movies.
I'm not. What do you mean movies?
What's a
Like,
movie?
I mean,
What's a
What is this
movie?
movie you speak of?
What is this movie, Mama?
Watching too many plays.
I read too
Read too many
many.
novels.
I
you
read
got
too many.
you got inspired
light
by so
novels.
many speeches from Napoleon that you
Yeah.
don't know
I'm a real
what the
Napoleonic
reality
soul.
is.
Yeah, I would like to come back to the overall objective. So
We have to
You-
retreat.
yes, you did overrun the Russians, which I think is sort of an achievement for us. Send them back to Paris and let the emperor figure out to, I don't know, make a deal with Alexander. And we are going to pull back here, reorganize first, then pull back, have the exchange, fill our lines up, and if they are actually going to do a push, then we can think about a counterattack. If we feel we actually have the strength to do that. I don't see that here on my end. Because in the south there is basically nothing to stop any grenadier.
Yeah, the thing is, if we would decide to stay here to fight another day, then I think we can't do like an all-out attack like we did today.
Yeah,
Like
absolutely
we
not.
would have to
We couldn't do it
concentrate on
today.
one sector to
Yeah.
like punch through, but which would eliminate our maneuverability since we would have to concentrate.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we need to concentrate either way because we're just as I see it, we're just far too stretched out at the moment.
I mean, so does the enemy. These problems
except
linger
he's
for
got
the
more
enemy
of everything
as
than we
much
do.
as us.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Perhaps
they
we
have
can
interior lines, right? We don't.
Yes.
Basically, we need to, at the very least, pull back behind the Dietz stream.
Yes.
Yeah.
The
We
question,
need to have a river between us.
well, the question is, where are we retreating? Since the prisoners are at Nassau, so we could either go through Diez across the Lahn and then through the Rhine, since we still have pontoon gates and should construct some bridges. I asked Oktovsky about this, so we could just do this or like go through all the way to the south and retreat through the bridges that we have come from.
I would say we go south.
I agree.
we've cleared out the north already. So the question is, if we cross the Lahn at this point, we're just giving the enemy pretty much free reign down to the south. They just need to post a token holding force to stop us from crossing the river again, and then they're just running straight down south. And
He told me we can also go off map to the west.
yes, but we don't gain anything from going there. I think we need to keep our force broadly between the enemy and their objective.
Yeah.
But we don't need to engage them at the moment. We could trade land, we could trade time at this point, because they're tied on supplies, and we've covered tons of ground since the campaign began. So we can really trade land, we can trade time, but we can't trade men.
Yeah, that's our problem for Napoleon, I guess.
If we try
but-
to hold the line that we're on right now, we will be destroyed.
Yeah.
No, another
don't-
battle
we
like
don't have the capability
today,
to
and
hold
we
the
will
line.
be destroyed.
We don't have that line. I think at best we can force them to waste another week on our retreat.
Oh, that's wow. That's a bit long, I think.
Yeah, that's my long estimation. My short estimation is that this takes 3 days, 3 to 4 days.
Yeah, that I would.
How long does it take to, if let's say it's peacetime and I'm a hiker, how long would it take me to get to the Rhine? That's the short
Well,
estimate.
it took us 3 days of marching to get into this general vicinity.
So it will take
So-
them 3 days of unopposed marching to get.
How far is Berlin?
Yeah, exactly. Which is why I assumed that week. I assumed that we would be fighting. We would have to conduct a fighting retreat.
Well, our troops are tired at this point, like mostly the cavalry also, especially them. So I think they would even go not so fast as before. So maybe
We will get a day of rest.
4 days.
Yeah,
or
and we need
maybe
to
5.
assemble the best troops we still got to form a rear guard.
I would rather spare the old guard and.
I'll form a rear guard if need be. My men are completely capable.
Our recruit, we can probably expect mass desertion as we withdraw. So our
We must stand on the field, at least pretend that we won.
Well, after this, I don't think so. Like, they can't see the bodies of their friends that are dead. So.
Yeah. And I think it doesn't
They
make
can
a lot
count
of, doesn't make
had-
much of a difference if the men just run away at night or are just run down by the enemy. So
I'm sorry, we have taken like 50%. We have taken over 50% casualties at this point.
Yeah.
Single man. Yeah, even the most successful of troops, which would be my cavalry. Even they have to understand that despite all the success that they've had, the casualties that they have taken, we are far from the winners in the scenario. And all we can do is conduct a fighting retreat at this point.
Overall, I think we achieved our objective since we destroyed the entire Russian corps. We took many prisoners and delayed them for a long time. The only thing that we didn't achieve is losing not so many men ourselves, which is difficult anyways, considering that they had more men to begin with. But I think during our retreat we have to be ruthless. Like, maybe not everyone will agree, but like we will have to burn villages and such.
Yeah,
to
that's
not lose their
understandable.
quarters.
No.
Probably blow
We have
the
to burn
bridges.
bridges anyway.
Yeah, but like we also have to burn villages.
So basically, you're suggesting that we go scorched earth at this point.
Yeah, they
all
don't
the way
like
back
us
to the
anyways.
Rhine.
Yeah.
We certainly don't need to burn every village on our way, but
might as well.
Strategic crossroads and so on, that was common practice back in the day.
Well, the point is, if we start burning villages, we might as well finish it.
Yeah.
because then we deny them any kind of resupply or quarter. That's the point of it.
But we also will never be able to take these lands back for France.
Yes, we will be. We'll just need a bigger force.
No, at this point, sorry if just strategic situation, we can be happy if we can get the Frankfurt proposals, which does not include Hessen.
Yep.
Oh my god, what an army of cowards.
We have taken thousands of prisoners. I don't think this vanguard will be able to
10,000
advance in France by itself.
They took 1,000
course
prisoners,
not.
meanwhile we took 10,000. That's 1 to 10 casualty.
No, I said we've taken thousands of them as prisoner.
Yeah, no, exactly. We at this point, the only force that I think is capable of
Other Prussians.
that I think are capable of launching a substantial attack towards us, outside of like Württembergers and Bavarians supporting, are the Prussians. The has been largely destroyed. The Austrian Corps is currently with supply issues. Therefore, it has to be the Prussians.
The Prussians are out of all of their landwear. They all got smashed. All surrendered.
Yes, but that's only the landwehr now, is it?
Yeah, but that's like their meat. What they have
I
left
think they still have grenadiers near Limburg. If you
They
didn't
do.
know.
They have
The problem with the Prussians is not that they lack troops, or rather that they have an excess supply of troops, which can be easily refilled by the Württembergers and Bavarians at all. Essentially, everyone left over. Like they can probably cobble up a division made up of whatever that can support them. But it is the fact that they have access to currently their best supplied, best trained, and highest morale troops. That is now the main thing that's going to harass us on our retreat on our fighting retreat.
I think in the matter of cavalry we are superior though.
Yes, that is indeed an advantage. We do have superior cavalry.
So covering the retreat, supposing we do decide to be stupid enough to retreat, it would be easy to
We
cover.
have taken over 50% casualties. I apologize. This is not stupidity.
There's 50% more to take then.
Well, realistically, the army would just dissolve immediately at this point. They would just go.
Yeah, they are all type. So I want to make one point clear here. Anyone with a suggestion to like stand here and fight again, dismiss this suggestion because I will not accept it because it's like kind of disillusional. We are outgunned. I saw the coalition with all their guns. Like they have way too many force, and we already lost so many today. I think like we lost half of our guns today, which is kind of bad.
Don't we have the Russian guns we took?
We can't use them. They are not trained for it, or guys.
What equipment? What troops are we getting back that were prisoners? Like, are they going to be any good?
Well, I don't know. I think De La Pierre knows since it's his guys.
This should be what? 1st Brigade, 2nd Division, 1st Brigade, 1st Division, and some guys of 3rd Division, I guess.
But these are conscripts, right?
It's a mixed bag. Do I have the briefing? So, but yes, many of them are conscript, yes.
Maybe it isn't worth after all.
Maybe not.
Yeah, since they are conscripts.
Yeah, I mean, exchanging them with landwehr wouldn't hurt, but yes.
Yeah, we will take them anyways. Well, I hope the Emperor will not be mad.
We did what we could.
He can shove it if he's mad.
That this plan actually worked out at all surprises me still. So.
Also, the point is, if the Emperor does not make peace soon, then he's not fit to be Emperor anymore, sorry to say.
You know, the year 1814 is coming. Don't let the Emperor down.
I certainly won't. I'll stand my ground.
Well, if he doesn't let France down, I certainly won't let him down. But
I will die by the side of the Emperor, no matter what. I'm not gonna force him to give up his throne or abdicate or whatever kind of foolish notions could ever occur.
Well, it's kind of surprising that we destroyed an entire corps
Yeah.
since I think since the beginning of the campaign, they outnumbered us. And their plan was also similar, I think, since they but like reversed kind of their main force near Limburg and a diversion to Nassau.
with the difference that our diversion stayed intact and theirs didn't.
It stayed alive, not intact.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of surprised me
certainly not
that
intact.
De La Pierre decided to attack.
I support De La Perrière. He's a good man. I would have done the same.
Well, from the information we had, it was a pretty good plan. Until at 8 o'clock in the morning, we out of a sudden stared into the eyes of 2 divisions of Prussian infantry, which then basically just overran us and shattered the two divisions, basically. But yeah.
Still have some fight in us.
So that might be true, but I mean the decision is made. So we're going to retire across the R and reform, and then we're gonna pull south. Let's have not now, but tomorrow or whatever. A closer look on the map, on the terrain down south. Maybe there are locations for pulling the enemy into some traps, doing some counter charges with the cavalry. Who knows?
So maybe
yeah,
we could pretend to retreat and then set up an ambush.
Yeah, sure, we could.
Like with the entire.
I think all lancers are disguised as Russians.
Yes, they are.
So they can do some sneaky stuff.
Yeah, but they knew. I think they know that by now because the Lancers were engaged today in basically what amounted to the charge of the Light Brigade.
Well, from afar you can't distinguish them, so it
So
kind of depends.
If I could confirm, today we're gonna be moving across Diaz and bringing the Russian troops over to trade them.
No, I think like the guys that we captured today will be traded, and the Russians get over to Rhine. Back to
Michelle, how
France.
do you plan to link up with our forces?
Well, we
I
go
We've
across
already
the
linked up.
river.
I thought we had. Don't we hold the road over this hill north of Holzheim?
No longer. We held it for a bit, but then reinforcements came from the west and the east, and we were forced to abandon it.
Yes. So we do not. We are currently split in 2.
All right, but there is also a road, if I see that correctly on the map, running from Freiendietz to Oberneisen on the southern bank of that
Yeah,
stream.
you have control of that road.
I think so. That's look left.
If we have Diaz, you can retreat.
Yeah, we have Diaz.
Okay, in that case,
We have Freiendietz. Even.
Yeah, and everything else.
We have the bridge at Freiendietz, and we have the bridge at Dietz. So basically, that road south of that stream is basically our line of communication between the 2 wings, as I see it.
Yes.
Okay, I personally suggest that we go to the small place called Hohenfels.
On which map is that?
There's a nice castle there.
Yeah.
He's kind of obsessed with that castle, so.
Well. The point is, on which side of the lawn do we want to concentrate?
West side.
On this one.
Side is better.
I'd presumably say southeast, because you would have the retreat would go through woods and hills. It would be slower, but it would be easier to create time for a retreat.
Yeah.
There's also a main road.
South from Diaz.
If we can make it to Kierberg, then we can make it onto a main road. The only problem is I don't think we have.
I don't think we can make to Kierberg, no.
No. And we also, I mean, we'll have to take parallel roads anyway, so I think we came up over here somewhere, right? Along the creek, along the, what's that, the R River. Well, I have to take a look at the larger map. Let me save.
Hey, Renaud.
Yep.
Do you think you would hold the... What would you... Okay, so what would you do? You had the old guard hill over there. The hill with your batteries, which you have been fighting for a big portion of the battle. What would you do if those Prussians who had been attacking Limburg and were now took Schwarzkopf towards the end of the battle, west of Limburg? Do you think you would withdraw from the hill, southwest, the fucking old guard hill where you have your artillery, if you were attacked there by Prussian, relatively fresh Prussian troops and Austrian artillery?
I don't think so. I
What
think
in the...
I would hold the hill.
Okay. Okay, because there's some like stuff I might need to auto resolve. Because
Oh, so
There's a
the battle
nice-
isn't over?
well, if there was some stuff which could have been perhaps fought over. But
If we
I
look
don't
at
know,
the
I think
stream that passes through, that goes from Klingelbach to Beckenros, there's a nice stream there which really limits the amount of places that they can cross on by road.
Where are you now?
That would be. I'm just looking for big. Do you guys know where Allendorf is? Or Dorsdorf?
Are we mostly done with the our debrief? Can I leave?
Allendorf, yes, I have that one.
Sure, you can live if you want.
It's south of Allendorf.
I do not
Okay.
approve of this retreat.
Yeah,
Sorry,
let me
guys.
stream that to you. That's the overall map.
Yeah. Bruno, there's a good chance that you would be. You will have to in the camp. There's a good chance that in the campaign update, your front line in the north might be at Friendly's or D's, because I don't think. Doesn't seem like, according to your old guard's condition, that the hill that you've been fighting on is no longer defendable.
But I thought we agreed a ceasefire.
Yeah.
Russians broken it out already.
Well, it's kind of because the battle would have went on to this point. Oh yeah, it's a question mark. Yeah, because it's a ceasefire. I'll have to think.
So is the artillery on the hill lost, or was it able to retreat?
Ooh.
Well, it depends on if you're gonna retreat out of there. If it's gonna be attacked, it's going to be hard to retreat if it's under attack.
Well, I guess it's hard to attack since canister shots would hurt.
I guess.
I will say it was probably one of the more painful battles I've ever been in.
Yeah, for us, a major issue was the lack of communication, which I don't know whether it came down to lack of bridges or was intercepted by Habsburg troops, which pushed far south into this area here.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
but
yeah,
also
I
on our
think
wing
they
there
got
was lack of
intercepted.
communication between. I mean, especially 3rd Division didn't really relay back to Corps Commander what was going on, where they actually were, and all that.
I kept almost every turn I was in the dispatch to Corps Command.
Yeah, I mean, back on the strategic phase before the Battle of what was that goddamn town, Nauheim.
One of your couriers got almost captured. Like he had to hide near Schönfeld or something for like 6 hours or so, which delayed him.
Okay, yeah, I see. All right, so
That's just Bill. He does that sometimes.
Yeah. So
But the problem we are having is we have to feed so many prisoners right now.
Yeah. Well, I literally had 2 of my battalions just on prisoner duty. They didn't see combat. They just had to guard prisoners.
There were too many. We captured a lot of prisoners on the left wing. It opened with us basically driving them all the way back and capturing a lot of prisoners before being immediately counterattacked by like guards and being forced to withdraw.
Also, we have all guarding prisoners.
Yeah, make sure to send those back to France.
I didn't think the coalition forces would be this big, honestly. It just seemed like there's always more.
Yeah, I would have thought that they would be like about the same size or a bit bigger, but like not.
Yeah, or maybe not arrive all at the same time.
Yeah.
It kind of surprises me even after we like destroyed the Russian core and so many prisoners that they still have so many units left. We are already at our last leg.
Yeah, well, that's how it goes. I guess next will be in the campaign that Otto gives us numbers on what we get back and what we've left and what rallies and whatnot and the exchange, and then we need to take a closer look at the big map and find some roads we can use to get south and maybe some ambush positions.
Yeah.
Okay.
As long as we don't end up back in Lichtenwald.
All right, everybody in the stream, I guess I'm calling it here. I see there are still 3 folks around. Thanks for coming along. Hope you enjoyed the battle nonetheless. There were quite some lessons to be learned from all that, I think. We need to process what actually happened, what we have still available, and how we keep going from this point. So that's that. Thanks again for watching. Have a good day, good night, wherever you are.